生产医用物资的企业，在一手抓好疫情防控的同时，另一手也在正快速扩大产能，复工复产。
中国援助行动为全球抗击疫情注入动力，引起了国内外媒体的广泛关注。
Hi everyone, it's 12 p.m. Beijing time of September 24th. Welcome to the global live streaming COVID-19 Clinical Solution webinar. This webinar is hosted by China Association of Medical Equipment, co-organized by World Association of Biomedical Engineers Pakistan, Division of Biomedical Engineering Service at Ministry of Affairs of Sri Lanka, Biomedical Engineering Foundation Nepal, and the United Hospital Bangladesh, and supported by MindDream. I'm Zheng Kun, the Vice President of Clinical Engineer Committee of Chinese Medical Doctor Association, Director of Logistics Service Department of Children's Hospital, Zhejiang University School of Medicine. It's my honor to be the moderator of this webinar. Nice to meet you all online. The COVID-19 pandemic has had a significant impact on the world and brought new challenges to clinical engineers. Recently, favorable trend in pandemic prevention and control has been expanding. In order to tackle the epidemic in a more efficient and scientific manner, we invite several clinical engineering experts from the 4 countries in South Asia and China to attend this forum to share their expertise and experience with us. And we hope all of you will learn something today and make more contribution to fighting COVID-19 and promoting the development of clinical engineering in South Asia as well. We are honored to have 8 clinical engineering experts with us today. Each of them has been working on the front line of fighting the COVID-19 pandemic. They are Mr. Zhang Qiang, Vice Chair of China Association of Medical Equipment, Vice President of Union Hospital affiliated to Tongji Medical College of Huazhong University of Science and Technology, Mr. Li Ziyong, Secretary General of China Association of Medical Equipment, Mr. Cui Zeshi, Deputy Secretary General of China Association of Medical Equipment, Mr. Qiu Jie, Director of Medical Equipment Department of Peking Union Medical College Hospital, Mr. Shofisou, World Association of Biomedical Engineers Chief Executive for Pakistan, Mr. Kalom Natalik, Director of Biomedical Engineering Service, Sri Lanka, Mr. Shrestha, President of Nepal, Ms. Angwo, Director of Communication and Business Development of United Hospital, Bangladesh. Thank them all so much for taking time out of their busy schedule and joining us. Their experience acquired in fighting against COVID-19 will be shared with us. First of all, Let's welcome the Vice Chairperson of China Association of Medical Equipment, Ms. Hou Yan, to deliver opening remarks for this conference. Please, Chair Hou.
Dear experts and friends, good afternoon. At this critical moment in the global fight against COVID-19, the Chinese Medical Equipment Association, together with health departments and associations of the 4 countries in South Asia, host a meeting on sharing experience in the battle against COVID-19. First, on behalf of China Medical Equipment Association, I'd like to extend my warmest welcome to Chinese experts and guests from health departments, Medical Engineers Association of Pakistan, Sri Lanka, Nepal, Bangladesh, as well as medics and medical engineering staff at the front line of the fight. I would also like to extend my heartfelt thanks to China Mindray Medical Group for organizing the meeting. The COVID-19 outbreak came all of a sudden. After more than 8 months of tremendous efforts, China has made major strategic achievements in the fight against it. During the pandemic, ventilators, monitors, ECMO, mobile DR, portable ultrasound equipment, and other most urgently needed resources and the most advanced equipment were mobilized to the rescue at the epicenter, thousands of miles away. The undersupply of medical resources and materials was eased significantly. Supply and demand were balanced dynamically in the shortest time, playing a key role in the diagnosis, monitoring, and treatment of patients. Medical engineering staff fought side by side with doctors and nurses, making important contributions to the endeavor. How to better leverage the service platform for providing information and technology to manage materials and equipment. How to allocate, manage, and maintain medical equipment used clinically in a state of emergency. How to ramp up trainings on the operation of the equipment during the pandemic. I believe every expert here today has a lot of practical experiences to share. I believe such kind of activities are conducive for us to join hands in fighting the pandemic and to overcome difficulties together. Dear experts and friends, the virus is a common enemy to mankind. The Chinese Medical Equipment Association stands ready to cooperate more with counterparts in other countries to make due contributions to win the fight against the pandemic and build a healthy community for mankind. Thank you very much. To cooperate more with counterparts in other countries.
Thank you so much, Ms. Hou. Thank you for organizing this conference and took time to participate. Just like Ms. Hou said, we are anticipating the following speeches from experts from China as well as 4 countries in South Asia to share their valuable experience and stories of combating COVID-19. The first speaker is Mr. Zhang Qiang, the Vice President of Wuhan Union Hospital, Tongzhi Medical College. Please, Mr. Zhang.
Dear friends online, good morning. I'm from Wuhan Union Hospital. I'm going to present to you, during the pandemic, the medical equipment technical support strategy. I'm going to talk from 2 aspects. First, I'm going to talk about backdrop. Then I'm going to share with you about our tackling measures. First, I'll talk about our hospital, Wuhan Union Hospital, which was founded in 1866. It has 154 years history. It is one of the biggest general hospitals in Hubei province and Wuhan city. Union Hospital has currently 5,000 beds. In addition to our main campus, we also have 3 campuses, including West Campus, International Campus, and Cancer Center. During the combat of the COVID-19, Union Hospital has opened 5 major battlefronts In addition to the main campus, 2 branches, Tumor Center and West Campus of Union Hospital, has been the major battlefields of epidemic prevention and control. We also have 2 mobile cabin hospitals. Our epidemic prevention Union Hospital is the main battlefield. Our cure rate has reached 92.3%. Patients above 80 years old accounts for 74%, and we have also taken the lead to open mobile cabin hospitals in Wuhan. We have received patients and successfully finished a double lung transplant surgery. Next, I'm going to share with you about our tackling measures during our comeback of the COVID-19, about the challenges and solutions. First of all, I will talk about the relevant equipment shortage because the surge of patients of COVID-19, there are some critical treatment equipment has severe shortage. The manufacturers cannot supply the goods within a short period. Our solution was simultaneous deployment of medical equipment through multiple channels. On the one hand, we coordinated with the manufacturers to supply the goods. On the other hand, we also apply with government allocation. We have also initiated social donation. Personnel shortage is the second challenge. It's also very prominent because within a short period, a lot of medical equipment needs to be acquired, allocated, transported, and installed. The workload was very high. In our hospital, we have organized a lot of volunteers to help with the logistics and transportation of medical equipment. The third difficulty is technological support was badly in need because the equipment was transferred temporarily, which has a lot of resources and diversity of models. Some equipment was used by the hospitals for the first time. A lot of engineers were not trained for those products. The technical support of the manufacturers can only communicate remotely. The transportation was not so convenient, so they cannot be on site to install and train our staff. So, according to different types, we have established technical support team through field instruction and remote trainings. We have guided the clinical application so that the equipment can be put into clinical use as soon as possible. The fourth challenge is that for the isolated area of critical case units and mobile cabin hospitals don't have equipment allocation standards like sterilizers, respiratory equipment allocation, etc. We have referred to the government's treatment and diagnosis guidelines and conducted a discussion about clinical use. According to the categorization of the patients, we have rational allocation of the equipment. For example, for sterilization equipment, we have bed unit disinfection, air disinfection, terminal disinfection, and instrument disinfection. We have different types of disinfection. We have air disinfector, hydrogen peroxide disinfector, ultraviolet sterilizer, and sterilization robot. This is the configuration reference standards for sterilization equipment. For example, for bed unit disinfection, for every ward we allocate 2 equipment. For air disinfection, for each room, we allocate one equipment. For terminal disinfection, for each ward, we have one hydrogen peroxide humidifier. We also have instrument disinfection. The other one is about the deployment of respiratory function support equipment, because there's no specific guidelines for that. Different kinds of equipment cannot be precisely allocated in the corresponding area, like invasive ventilators, non-invasive ventilators, transport ventilators, and respiratory humidifiers cannot be precisely allocated. Our deployment strategy is, first, we choose multifunction models, namely ventilators combining the function of invasive and non-invasive mechanical ventilation and respiratory humidification, should be deployed in each medical care units, so it's easier to make adjustment according to the change of the symptom. Second, high-pressure oxygen source input function should be available in the non-invasive ventilators for critical cases. At the meantime, the output oxygen concentration is supposed to be monitored and regulated. Third, configuration reference standards for different types of ventilators used in intensive care units, critical care units, general wards, and mobile cabin hospitals should be formulated according to the actual needs of clinical treatment in order to meet relevant requirements and improve equipment efficiency. This is what we have done about the configuration reference standards for respiratory function support equipment. For example, for ICU, intensive care unit, we allocate 6 units of non-invasive ventilators, 4 units of invasive ventilators, 2 of them are multifunctional units. Transport ventilators, 2 units. Respiratory humidifier, we allocate 8 units. This is about emergency equipment support for mobile cabin hospitals, because we mainly receive mild confirmed cases of COVID-19. We isolated them and monitored them so that we can conduct treatment and monitoring of mild cases. The difficulties we encounter are some mobile cabin hospitals were temporarily transformed from public facilities such as exhibition centers or gymnasiums, so there is lack of necessary facilities for medical activities. Second, central oxygen supply facilities were not available, so it's not possible to conduct oxygen therapy for patients. Third, mobile cabin hospitals were unequipped. Devices for imaging testing, life support, and routine diagnosis and treatment are insufficient. Our solutions are, first, according to the conditions of patients, we roll out reference standards for equipment configuration in the mobile cabin hospitals. The chart in the right side is the equipment allocation in cabin hospitals for 1,000 beds. Second, we use oxygen cylinders and oxygen generators to supply oxygen to patients needed for their treatment. Third, we coordinated with the manufacturers to deliver equipment in urgent need, including mobile onboard CTs, mobile DRs, etc., which were free from the limitations of supporting facilities such as equipment room and protecting devices for routine installation of CTs and DRs. There are also some other difficulties, like insufficient supply of oxygen, because the need for oxygen flow increased more than 10 times than that in the regular situation. The designated flow of existing oxygen supply cannot fulfill the requirements of oxygen inhalation and ventilators. So our measures are By integrating central oxygen supply system, oxygen cylinder, and oxygen generators, we can ensure oxygen supply. First of all, we have replaced the liquid oxygen tanks and vaporizers with large capacity liquid oxygen tanks and vaporizers to increase central oxygen supply. Second, for patients who need to inhale oxygen, we provide 5 oxygen generators. Third, for wards equipped with large number of ventilators, we provide 5 40-liter oxygen cylinders for each of them. In the end, I want to summarize emergency supplies major concerns. First, the equipment and material supply and sterilizing equipment needs to be in place. Second, clinical engineering's capability needs to be improved because at that time, your work efficiency represents the hope of patients' lives. Third, medical equipment operation conditions need to be in place. For example, oxygen pressure, power supply, consumables, as well as availability of network. All those things need to be in place. The fourth point is preventive maintenance should be enhanced. We need to ensure the equipment is in good condition.
That's all for my presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you, President Zhang, for sharing with us your valuable experience in frontline fighting COVID-19, the obstacles and solutions regarding medical equipment, emergency response, and high-quality clinical engineering support during the epidemic. Our next speaker is Mr. Li Ziyong, Secretary General of China Association of Medical Equipment. Please, Mr. Li.
Honorable experts, dear friends, good morning. I'm very glad to have this opportunity to communicate with you about China Association of Medical Equipment and what it has done during pandemic. China Association of Medical Equipment was established in 1990. It has leaders and experts from national healthcare institutions, medical equipment, R&D, manufacturers, and operators. This year marks the 30th anniversary of the association. For 3 decades, the association has taken the responsibility of improving service capability of healthcare institutions and promote industrial development of medical equipment and play an important role of information exchange, achievement transformation, demonstrative application, talent building, standards formulation for government, healthcare institutions, and enterprises. It is also a major force to support government authorities, healthcare institutions, science research institutes, industrial enterprises to promote the innovative development and application of medical equipment. China Association of Medical Equipment now has 560 hospital members, 1,138 enterprise members, 33,380 individual members. It has 55 branches. It has 33 academicians, 103 young cerebral scholars, and national distinguished young scholars. Now, it has China Medical Equipment AI Alliance, China Medical Imaging Development Alliance. It is planning to establish China Medical Equipment AI Alliance. The COVID-19 is an epidemic featuring fastest spread, widest infection, and the most difficult to prevent and control that China has experienced. In order to tackle the COVID-19, being regarded as a major public health emergency, it requires unprecedented number of medical workers and equipment. President Xi Jinping has stressed for many times of its importance of ensuring medical forces and materials. According to the requirements of related authorities, the association plays the role as a bridge and platform to carry out pandemic control and materials assurance evolving around decision consultation, information support, and technical services. It has established 2 decision supporting reports, urgent materials reserve systems considerations, and COVID-19 medical reserve demand forecast. In terms of information support, it has established configuration standards for COVID-19 prevention and control. The standard includes 34 medical equipment items involving life support, therapeutic imaging, and clinical inspections. It includes non-invasive ventilator, multi-parameter monitor, mobile CT, ECMO, and mobile DI, etc. It also has established directory for COVID-19 prevention and treatment medical equipment in urgent need. This directory, including respiratory equipment, in total 61 urgent equipment manufacturers' contact information, their inventory capacity and daily supply, data which has built into a database which is dynamically maintained and updated. In terms of technical support, we have published 6 related standards for pandemic control and disease treatment. We have articulated 5 lots of medical equipment directory, including 201 items from 1,055 enterprises for the reference of procurement or related organizations. Meanwhile, we have organized member organizations to fight against the pandemic. During the pandemic, a lot of domestic enterprises has restored their production. So we have conducted multiple measures to ensure high-speed and high-quality supply of equipment. We work together with domestic and international enterprises to make our contribution to fight against COVID-19. Multinationals have proactively donated and provided equipment. Many medical equipment in urgent need by the pandemic have been transported by charter flights. Chinese authorities have worked together with foreign enterprises to ship 16 ECMO from Frankfurt to Wuhan within 15 hours. We should say what we have done during the pandemic has significantly ensured the materials needs of Hubei province and various locations in China. It has also promoted further development of the industry. It is well recognized by all our members, and we have received written thanks by related authorities from the government. In a nutshell, we have experiences in 3 aspects that we can share with you. First, we establish and solidify major urgent public health events and medical assurance system. From the government perspective, we have taken the assurance of medical equipment as a major component part of public health emergency system. And the association has conducted centralized management, generalized allocation, and other principles to organize our members to carry out related work. Second, in order to improve clinical medical workers' capability of using medical equipment in urgent need during pandemic, our association has conducted training of standardized use of emergency medical equipment according to related requirements. Third, enhance training on standardized use of medical equipment according to the requirements. We need to conduct training of medical equipment. That's all for my part. Thank you.
The largest clinical organization in China, the China Association of Medical Equipment, and its important contribution to curb the pandemic, including establishing the National Medical Equipment Stand for COVID-19 prevention and control, catalog of urgently needed medical equipment for COVID-19 prevention and control, etc., coordinating all members from all sectors, including healthcare delivery, medical equipment, and materials manufacturers, to form synergic force fighting the pandemic. He also gave us some valuable takeaway ideas and thoughts. Thank you very much, Mr. Li. Now, let's welcome Mr. Shofiso from World Association of Biomedical Engineers, Chief Executive for Pakistan, Head of Biomedical Engineering Department of Medical Teaching Institute, Hyderabad Medical Complex, Pakistan. Please.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamu alaikum. My name is Engineer Shafisl. I am working in Hyderabad Medical Complex as Head of Biomedical Engineering Department. I am working here for the last 4 years, and obviously the previous 4 to 6 months was very crucial due to this COVID-19. We faced a lot of problems in that crucial time, especially in the shortage of medical equipment and increased number of patients. Hyderabad Medical Complex was one of the hospitals in the country which served and treated more number of corona patients and provide best healthcare facilities to them, including all the medical equipments, their food services, all each and everything. What we did, it's a fact that biomedical engineering is a new emerging field, and we have low strength in our hospital. But what we did, we divided our staff in different shifts, and we provide 24-hour services to the hospital just to facilitate and will maintain and provide them 100% uptime to the equipments, especially ventilators arranged from infusion pump, sometimes mobile X-ray, etc. We arrange our staff in 3 different shifts, obviously morning shift, evening shift, and night shift. Although we have shortage of staff, but now that was the crucial time all over the world. A pandemic has been declared, so that is our social responsibility. That was our social responsibility to play our role for the better interest of patients and for the well-being of humanity. We face a lot of problems because some other new equipments came in the hospital and our staff was not trained on that. But what we did, we just trained them within hours, within days, and then we demonstrate those equipments to our doctors, to the end users, just for the sake in patients. We have some reservations from the higher government bodies like WHO, because till date we haven't read any protocols from their side regarding the handling of equipments in this COVID-19. We haven't seen any protocols for biomedical engineers who are closely working with the COVID patients in different institutions. As we all know that in this modern world 2020, we all are connected with technology. Without technology, without equipment, you cannot diagnose and you cannot treat. You will not able to diagnose and you will not able to treat. And these all are just because of the biomedical engineers, the clinical engineers who are working in different institutions and solving there. We haven't seen any protocols from WHO, and we haven't seen any criteria, any other regulations from their side. But now we are very thankful to this membrane that they provide us a platform where we can speak, and they also providing us. Hope they will providing us some future seminar, future opportunities for learning, for educational purposes, and also in the technical aspects. I also visited to most of the countries and seen their manufacturing sites, and Medway is also one of them who has a well-established R&D and their manufacturing sites. But hope so. We will see some further in future from them in this regard, in their educations and in their technical trainings. One more thing I want to discuss here, that I also started and we have established our own association for biomedical engineers with the name of World Association of Biomedical Engineers, which are open for all the BMEs who are working across the country, either in manufacturing industries or in service provider industries or in hospitals. They can come over here, they can contact with us. The email and WhatsApp number will be shown on the screen later on. They can join us, they can share their ideas, they can share their problems. We will try. Most of the senior experts are here in this group, in this association across the world. They can help you out to solve your problems, and we are also trying to provide best platform for research purpose, because we are lagging in this area, in research area, and this is our entire need across the world, and especially those engineers which you may call as clinical engineers who are working in different hospitals, or so maybe they are facing some different problems regarding handling, troubleshooting, maintenance, repair of the different types of medical equipments, and they can share their ideas, they can share their contribution in this group. And last, I also again say thanks to this company, Mendrick, that they have provided us this platform, and we are hope that they will provide some future opportunities in educational purposes and in training purposes. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Shofficer, for sharing with us the typical work clinical engineers and biomeds do, including the shared service his team provides, the important role they play in healthcare delivery, and very extended networking with colleagues both in and outside Pakistan. Thank you. Next, let's welcome Mr. Kalum Natalik, Director of Division of Biomedical Engineering Service at Ministry of Health of Sri Lanka. Please.
ආයුබෝවන් I am Janapriya Karunatilaka, currently working as the Director of Biomedical Engineering Services of Ministry of Health in Sri Lanka. The Division of Biomedical Engineering Services is responsible for management of all medical equipment in the government hospitals in the country. And the main responsibilities of our division are healthcare technology assessment, medical equipment planning for government hospitals, medical equipment acquisition, and installation and commissioning, repair and maintenance services, training of end users and technical staff, and provision of technical expertise to the other divisions in the country. Actually, the total assets maintained by our division exceeds $1 billion. As far as number of equipment are concerned, we maintain more than 250,000 pieces of equipment. Currently, there are 350 employees working in this division, and they are responsible for the provision of our service covering the whole island. The COVID situation in the country is under control, and actually Sri Lanka could successfully manage the COVID situation in the country, and now during last 2 months actually no patients have been found from the community. So far more than 3,000 patients were found in Sri Lanka, and of them more than 2,900 patients have already been discharged from the hospitals, and only 150 patients, even less than 150 patients, are getting treatments. Actually, the first patient was identified on 11th March 2020, and of these 3,000 patients, only 300 patients were found from the community. Actually, all the other patients were found from the quarantine centers, isolation centers, and also from the people coming from foreign countries. Actually, Sri Lanka has introduced a new concept called quarantine centers, and which is unique to our country, and also they run under the control of government with the assistance of Triforces. And at present there are more than 20 quarantine centers in operation with a bed capacity of 948. In addition, there are 39 isolation centers with a bed capacity of 1,833. Actually, it was a big challenge for us, as we were responsible for the provision of healthcare technologies and also medical equipment on an urgent basis in order to cope up with the emergency requirements. The main thing was we had to shift the mindset of our people from routine to emergency response. Then there was a sudden high demand in the volumes of work in planning and deployment of scarce resources. And there were restrictions in imports and logistics for acquisition of new equipment due to global shutdown, and also there were no limited access to new technologies as well. And also there were some personal issues and risks due to limited accessibility to personal protective equipment, and inconvenience in travels within the country as well. In addition, there were high demands and requirements to be managed from various stakeholders, including President's Office, Prime Minister's Office, MOH hierarchy, hospital demands, donor coordination, and procurement agencies, and other public organizations, etc. Once we identified the challenges, actually we followed different strategies to successfully manage this COVID-19 situation. and it is very important to share the information with key stakeholders efficiently and effectively. That is one of the very important thing, and we did at the initial stage. And then biomedical engineering services provided full assistance to set up 30 hospitals as COVID-19 treatment centers. Actually, we utilized the available human resources through the deployment of various teams headed by a team leader for 24/7 operation. We could improve the response time to all treatment centers island-wide, and we established a central monitoring system at our headquarters. Actually, the biggest challenge we had to face was to provide medical equipment on an urgent basis for the COVID treatment centers. Actually, at that time, there were import restrictions due to global shutdown, and we were not in a position to procure equipment from other countries. So we had to manage with the limited resources available with us. Actually, what we did was we used our in-house and also outside technical expertise to repair and refurbish unused and obsolete medical equipment. A lot of engineering bodies such as Faculty of Engineering, University of Peradeniya, University of Moratuwa, University of Ruhuna, and also Institution of Engineers Sri Lanka, and also the Ceylon Electricity Board, etc. They voluntarily supported us in this regard. By doing that, we could manage within our available medical equipment resources. In addition, using our smart inventory, actually we could deploy the underutilized medical equipment in the other government hospitals to fulfill the needs of the COVID treatment centers. Further, we got the assistance from various organizations such as WHO, UNICEF, and some other foreign and local donor agencies for the provision of medical equipment on urgent basis. Actually, we managed to import a mobile CT scanner within 3 weeks time, which was very useful for the treatment of COVID patients. With all above efforts, actually the Division Biomedical Engineering Services was ready to handle even a worse situation. As far as the learnings and best practices that should be carried forward are concerned, number one is establishing a central command to view the macro picture. Number two, out of the box thinking to tackle problems. For example, actually during that period, there was a high demand globally for the ventilators. So we were not in a position to buy new ventilators. What we did was we repaired and about 200 ventilators which were obsolete, but we could manage the COVID situation by by repairing the old ventilators and getting them ready for in any burst situation. And third thing is, we should be open and transparent. There should be an open and transparent communication of tasks and objectives. And the next thing is, we should have to ensure the availability of contingency approach as a backup. And also, we should have a monitoring system to monitor the progress weekly, to identify the gaps, and then we could take corrective measures. And at last but not least, we should not seek publicity, praise, but we should focus and setting the job done behind the scenes. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kalum Natalik. As we know, the COVID-19 pandemic is curbed pretty well in Sri Lanka. A lot of measures are adopted quite successfully there. And Mr. Kalum Natalik's 350 clinical engineering staff team take care of all public hospitals, including COVID-19 related sites, medical equipment, and technology management in Sri Lanka with limited resources is also very impressive. Thanks for sharing with us his experience and some valuable takeaway ideas. Our last speaker today is Mr. Shrestha. He is from Biomedical Engineering Foundation, Nepal. Go ahead, please, Mr. Shrestha.
Dear colleagues and friends from China, Pakistan, Sri Lanka, Bangladesh, and Nepal, a very warm namaste. On behalf of Biomedical Engineering Foundation, Nepal, and as a president, I would like to share my sincere gratitude to the organizer, China High Association of Medical Equipment, for inviting me to participate and share my experiences as of Nepal during this ongoing webinar on COVID-19 clinical solutions. Biomedical Engineering Foundation is a non-profit organization stationed in the Kathmandu Valley. It aims to find a solution towards betterment of complex nature of healthcare service. It always focuses on quality healthcare service for better client satisfactions and gives attention to imparting services in different aspects of preventive maintenance, procurement of biomedical equipment and devices, healthcare training and research in collaboration with national and international organizations. As we all aware that November 2019, the world is suffering from one of the pandemic diseases, COVID-19, novel coronavirus disease. And many patients have been suffered globally. To keep constant eye on the patients, healthcare practitioners use medical equipment such as pulse oximeters, patient monitors, infusion pumps, and of course, ventilators, and many more. So during such critical times, a person with the technological as well as medical knowledge plays a vital role in the medical field. According to current data available from Government of Nepal, Ministry of Health, as of 7th September 2020, a total of 47,236 cases were confirmed as COVID-19 through polymerase chain reactions, PCR tests in Nepal, and 30,677 recovered. In the last 14 days, 12,272 cases were reported, which is 30.3% total confirmed COVID-19 cases. A total of 300 persons have died so far, or more than that, data of COVID-19. The overall case fatality ratio across all ages is less than 1% and progressively increases beyond 55 years of age. While less than 1% of the confirmed COVID-19 cases were symptomatic at diagnosis across all age groups. The proportion of symptomatic cases progressively increases beyond 55 years of age in the range up to 7%, I think. So Nepal has been able to keep COVID-19 transmission largely to clustered areas during the initial phase through quarantine or isolation of returnees. Currently, there is an increasing trend of infections among individuals without international travel history. The current context of increasing number of cases and to take maximum advantages of the total and partial local lockdowns, case investigation and contact tracings and isolation capacity need to be further increased. This will require the deployment of additional personnel, including filling vacant positions to support provincial and local level surveillance. With the addition of 3 more laboratories, that is 2 in Kathmandu district and one in Kavre district of Bagmati province. A total of around 47 designated COVID-19 laboratories are now functional in the current country, of which 34 are government and 13 are private. All 7 provinces and 77 districts in the country have reported one or more cases of COVID-19 since the beginning of the COVID-19 epidemic in Nepal. So now I would like to talk some preparedness and responses which is being taken from the Nepalese government. So number one is the cost of the patients of PCR tests in private labs or for non-medically indicated cases, which has decreased from around initial Nepalese rupees of 5,500 to Nepalese rupees around 4,500 now. For medically indicated cases and cases identified by contact tracings tested in government facilities, the test remains free of charge. Number two is quality standards and regulation division of Ministry of Health to monitor the laboratory quality. Number three, use of hotels as isolation centers has been permitted with the Department of Health Services to identify and coordinate with the hotels in the Kathmandu Valley and the Ministries of Social Development to identify and coordinate with the hotels in respective provinces, that is outside Kathmandu Valley. So, according to Nepal's Ministry of Health, its health sector emergency response plan against the COVID-19 pandemic unveiled before a month. There are around 940 approximately, that is ventilators numbers, 26,930 hospitals beds and 1,595 beds with intensive care unit facilities in 194 hospitals around Nepal. The ministry has planned to take the total number of ICU beds in the nation to 2,600 and number of ventilators to more than 1,000 in numbers. As per the data, one ventilator is available to serve 110,000 number of populations in Nepal. So with the limited availability of hospitals and ventilators, people's lives have been at risk. At the moment, there is a real opportunity to increase the activities of biomedical engineering in the public-private health facilities in Nepal, along with government-owned health facilities, which have not been able to deliver a reliable and cost-effective services. However, the current situation in the nation is characterized by a continuing downward economic dip, which is the problem we are now finding in globally. So there is some innovations by engineers of Nepal in this crisis. So I would like to talk about these innovations. So biomedical engineers, so which have a very good skills. They can write software, develop microprocessors and solutions, build electronic and mechanical prototypes, and create final clinical devices. Some young engineers of Nepal have geared up to build portable transport ventilators to address the current health crisis within the country itself. The control machines such as automatic ambulatory bag and automatic pumping machines, which can be used as emergency ventilator. To assist in the pandemic, some young engineers from electrical, electronic, computer, and biomedical engineering background with core focus on robotics and artificial intelligence have come up with emergency respirator, nursing robots, and robotic tray, etc., which have already gone through successful trials in different hospitals. Nursing robots have undergone successful trial in few private and army hospitals in Kathmandu at a time when the repetitive contact with the COVID-19 patients has led to infections in many frontline healthcare practitioners. The use of nursing robots can be benefited by avoiding direct contact of patients with the medical workers, lessening the risk of spread of virus and infections. Their inventions are cost effective as well, as they tend to support the government during pandemic rather than making profits for now. These young dynamic engineers are looking for collaboration with the global companies and ready to scale up the productions as per need and save the lives of people in this pandemic. So these innovations found as a major breakthrough in Nepal's health sector. Health experts at the Ministry of Health said that they are working on a mechanism to validate such innovations as the government lacks legal regulatory body to approve and license such work. Therefore, Nepal Medical Council has formed a team of ICU experts and senior biomedical engineers who could test and validate the new inventions as per the international health standard guidelines. There is much that they do that is creative and for which they are rightly proud. There are, however, other questions to be asked. Where are the problems that need solutions? Researchers, especially students, are often young and healthy and may never have experienced hospitals. This is where medical and clinical problems are experienced every day. Early students' projects are primarily training projects, but should create opportunities for discussing wider issues and preparing for the bigger creative research. It will review how some medical engineering devices were created and how the medical need was discovered and how this progressed to a solution. I'm very much confident that the online BME training program will be an excellent experience for all participants. This year in Nepal, during this COVID-19 pandemic, we have conducted many webinars for students, especially on challenges and opportunities posed by lockdown on engineering education system. We will be continuing excellent scientific programs which cover broad scientific topics in biomedical engineering with scientific content in coming days also. I sincerely thanks to co-organizer Mindray for their efforts and support to this ongoing program. I truly believe this will be a highly rewarding international event for all participants. Furthermore, participants will have a great opportunity to network through extensive discussions and informative exchanges with renowned national and international experts working on biomedical engineering field during this program. Thank you for all coming and joining us here today in this international webinar. We are pleased to be able to welcome those of you that have been with us for some time now, as well as those of you who are new to our fraternity. Today marks our first international webinar and we are very proud to be able to participate today from Kathmandu. With all of you, as the world becomes a small village due to information and communication technology, I would like to express my gratitude to all of you who so generously help us make this event come together smoothly, especially China Association of Medical Equipment. We couldn't have done it without you. In today's gathering, I would like to focus on all our BIN and BFund members. You have all chosen to be a part of our association because of our mutual passion is to promote development of the biomedical engineering field in Nepal, to continuously enhance the highest professional ideals among the members and widen it, and to develop relations, fellowship, and goodwill with international engineering associations and institutions. Your passions help us to come together as one, and the energy we create as one allows us to achieve our individuals as well as group goals. We need you as much as you need us. And this is why we are so happy to have you join us here. I hope we will be able to achieve new knowledge and experiences by sharing it in this webinar in order to fight and eradicate COVID-19 and will prevail new normal soon. Thank you once again, ladies and gentlemen, and namaste.
Thank you very much, Mr. Shrestha, for sharing with us the hard work that biomedical engineers do and the challenges they face fighting the COVID-19. As we know, the COVID-19 pandemic is still quite serious. We sincerely hope it will get better. Now comes the panel discussion. Apart from the 5 experts who just shared their experience with us, Mr. Deputy Secretary General of China Association of Medical Equipment, and Mr. Liu Ji, Director of the Equipment Department of Medical College Hospitals, and Ms. Anwar, Director of Communication and Business Development of United Hospital in Bangladesh, will join us the discussion too. I will move the call to Mr. Shafiso. He will be the moderator for panel discussion. Please, Mr. Shafiso, go ahead.
Thank Is my voice clear to everybody? My voice is clear to everybody?
Yeah, we can hear you. Yes.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamu alaikum, you all. Thank you very much, Mr. Jean Khan. My name is Engineer Shah Faisal. I'm working here in Hayatabad Medical Complex, Peshawar, Pakistan as Head of Biomedical Engineering Department. I'm also the Chief Executive of World Association of Biomedical Engineers, Pakistan chapter. We have collected some questions from our survey regarding this pandemic, and we would like to take some valuable comments from our honorable guests and partners. My first question: what are the main tasks of clinical engineers during the pandemic? I would like to hear from Mr. Chiuji. Mr. Chiuji, please share your comments.
Distinguished experts and guests, good afternoon. I'm very glad to participate in today's discussion. And when we see the outbreak, also show the importance of clinical engineering. Apart from the material supply, we also play a very important role as a clinical engineer, apart from finishing all the daily work, which include the repair and maintenance of all the medical devices, and during the pandemic, to maintain the supply of all the medical devices and materials, and to arrange the daily inspection, especially for the large devices or life support related devices, including the temperature checking devices. Our arrangement is also very important. So for us, the temperature screening is one of the very important aspects. We do have a large amount of temperature checking system at our backstage. So we need to ensure that all this equipment has been installed and it can be operated normally. And also we do have many other emergency needed equipment, including the ventilator or the inspectors, need to be installed rapidly. And apart from that, for the staff who need to come to the hospital to finish the maintain work, they need to conduct very epidemic inspection, and also we need to record all their temperatures and their past visiting histories and also their health status. Is all something that we need to record it and maintain. What I want to emphasize the most is previously in the pandemic, probably we do taken too much about the infrared inspection and calibration is one of the very important work during this time. And during the pandemic, we have purchased emergently a lot of infrared inspection devices, and through the temperature checking devices, we need to calibrate all the urgently purchased devices. And also we need to have the clinical training about how to use all these devices. For example, we have purchased all the temperature checking devices. We need to check the quality to see if it is okay, because a lot of experts has mentioned that during the pandemic we have a shortage of materials, including the thermometer. So apart from the clinical use ones, probably we need to prepare something that should also be used in the industrial situation. And at that time, we may not have the chance to send all these devices into a dedicated institution. So we have we started an in-hospital checking center to check, and we will check all the devices in the hospital, and also the use of the non-contact thermometer is very unique because it won't be very accurate when the temperature is too low. So we also need to have the regulation or standard of how to use all these devices, then to guarantee that all the temperature has been checked are accurate and good. And also we need to disinfect all these devices regularly. For example, we need to swab with the alcohol. However, the alcohol should not be too much, otherwise it will damage the devices as well. So actually in our hospital, for checking the temperature and the calibration of the thermometer is an additional work for our clinical engineering department. And apart from that, during the pandemic, we also need to maintain the device. And for some special areas, for example, like the clinical or the emergency care department, in principle, all these, if it's included as the high-risk areas, so in principle, we will send the equipment in. However, we will not get the equipment out before we stabilize the pandemic. So for the similar equipment, we will send new ones to replace. And in principle, we will devices out of all these departments. And when we stabilize the situation, we will disinfect all these used devices. And also, if the device cannot be replaced by other similar devices, or we need to go inside to repair, then we need to conduct the layer 3 prevention and control method to the staff to go into such area to maintain. So we need to protect the clinical engineering staff from being infected. So apart from these high-risk areas, we do have the low-risk areas, for example, like the ward. When we get the devices back, we also need to conduct very strict disinfection and inspection process to guarantee the virus will not cross-infect in different areas. And that was following the requirement from hospital infection department. So apart from the daily work, and in the pandemic, we also need to conduct some special prevention and control or special plan. That will be all. Thank you very much. Can I add a few things?
Director of Equipment, Department of Peking Union Medical College Hospital, China.
Chairman, I want to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Shuji, Director of Equipment, Department of Peking Union Medical College Hospital, China. Now I would like to request Mr. Karuna Tilaki, the Director of Biomedical Engineering at Ministry of Health, Sri Lanka, to please share your valuable comments. Mr. Karuna, please.
Chairman, I want to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Shuji, Director of Equipment, Department of Peking Union Medical College Hospital, China. Now I would like to request Mr. Karuna Tilaki, the Director of Biomedical Engineering at Ministry of Health, Sri Lanka, to please share your valuable comments. Mr. Karuna.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for the opportunity given to share our experiences with you all. And also,
thank you, Mr. Shuji, Director of Peking Union Medical College Hospital, China. I would like to request Mr. Karuna Tilaki, the Director of to please share your valuable comments. Mr. Karuna.
Then the sound is. ওনারটা শোনা যাচ্ছে না, ওনারটা হয় কি উনি বলবে পরে শোনা যাবে, যে ওনার কথা শোনা যাচ্ছে না, এই যে ওনারটাই উনি কথা বলতেছে কিন্তু ওনারটা মিউট। এখন আবার আমার পিকচার চলে গেছে, চলে গেল কেন? কিছু করিনি,
technical advisory committee to assess, plan and deploy necessary resources to combat COVID-19. So in this case, biomedical engineers, we had a vital role to play. Actually, the first thing was to assess the requirement of medical equipment and other resources. Then we had to plan how to provide these facilities at the right time with the right technology. Then we had to plan how to maintain and repair this equipment, and also we had to ensure that all accessories, consumables and other things are in place for the successful operation of this equipment. And also we had to make sure and there's backup systems in any case, in maybe due to a major breakdown of equipment or sudden rise of workload, and we had to make sure that we have a contingency plan. So actually we had several rounds of discussions with all key stakeholders, and after then we identified the requirements, and also after then our engineers, biomedical engineers, had many brainstorming sessions, and also we had a clear communication between all of us, and then we divided our task into different sections and for series of actions, and gave responsibilities to a group of people. Actually, we deployed a group of our technical staff to each and every place, and the group was headed by an engineer, and he was directly responsible, and he had direct communication with the headquarters. So actually initially government decided to establish 30 isolation centers, COVID-19 treatment centers in the country. So what we did after planning everything, so the main actually challenge was to provide medical equipment on time. So we followed different strategies. The first thing was actually in Sri Lanka, we adopt a central procurement system for the procurement of medical equipment, so that we had a buffer stock with us. So we immediately dispatched that buffer stock first, and after then there were routine procurements going on. So we converted this routine into emergency, and also we identified the underutilized medical equipment from the other hospitals. So we had a we kept them as our backups, and in addition we took immediate actions to repair old equipment, and we got the assistance from in-house as well as outside experts in this regard. Then we got the assistance from other institutions such as research institutions and universities, especially to provide PCR machines.
And in addition, we got the assistance of donor agencies, and WHO, UNICEF, and some other local and foreign donor agencies also supported us in this regard. And further, we summoned all the local agents here, and they had medical equipment tech stock. So we informed them to keep them if there's any sudden demand, high demand, so we could use those equipment as well. And further, we were in touch with the all key stakeholders to update the current situations. Then we deployed 24/7 basis our staff to these 30 COVID centers. So they were responsible for the maintenance of medical equipment. And also, in addition, the other challenge that our biomedical engineers had to face was the restrictions in traveling due to this lockdown period, and we had very limited access to the hospitals. So we arranged transport facilities for all those our technical staff, and doing all those things, actually, we are happy to say that we could do our job according to the satisfaction of our ministry. So still, though we have managed the situation very well so far, the future is also still uncertain. So we are still ready to face any worse situation in the future as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Corona, for sharing your valuable comments. I would also like to add a few lines. That as being the clinical engineer, you also maybe have some knowledge of the application side, because in this pandemic we faced a lot of problems. Those end user doctors who are deployed in ICUs, they were went up to 2 weeks to isolation. Then we don't have staff for other isolation, so we train them, and for that we train our own staff. So as being biomedical, you may also have the know-how of its application as well as the technical. Thank you. Now you'd like to request Mr. Bikash, President of Biomedical Engineering Foundation, Nepal, to share your valuable comments. Mr. Bikash, please.
Thank you very much to the organizer, China Association of Medical Equipment, for inviting me to this first international COVID-19 clinical solution webinar. I am very much grateful to all you, and my warm namaste from Nepal to all team members of organizer and all the participants from China, Pakistan, Bangladesh, Sri Lanka, and Nepal. So the main tasks of clinical engineers or biomedical engineers during this pandemic situation is very important for the health care industry. That is from advancing medical solutions and medical treatments to monitoring condition. So without it, the healthcare industry would be very unreliable. So if we advanced electrical, electronics, and computer have assisted us in assessing many of the necessary scientific details and their solutions. So there has been a worldwide concern that there is a shortage of availability of ventilators, which are required to support patients with this life-threatening illness. So for many patients which are critically ill with the COVID-19, a ventilator could be a matter of life or death. So machine works to gain oxygen, as we all know, to the lungs whilst removing carbon dioxide. So which is essential parts for patients who are too sick to breathe on their own. So nowadays, biomedical engineer plays a huge part in manufacturing these breathing devices and ensuring they are much more compatible. Furthermore, ventilators are very difficult to manufacture due to their unique structure and programming. So these are extremely sensitive machines with not only a lot of hardware, but also a lot of software are involved. So if one of the components doesn't work correctly, the whole machine is down and cannot be used anymore. So as you can imagine, due to coronavirus, the demand for the most advanced biomedical engineering has rocketed nowadays. So many organizations, such as even car manufacturers, have joined forces on rapidly producing ventilators all over. So being a biomedical engineer is a job that, when done well, sometimes it is unseen. So I think all the biomedical engineers are unsung heroes in their respective field. So in my opinion, the main tasks of biomedical and clinical engineers during this pandemic, such as in COVID-19, that we currently facing globally. So number one is sourcing vital equipment quickly. When a pandemic to ensure the right systems, equipment, devices which are in the proper place. So their expertise becomes a vital link in coordinating supply chains of the life-saving medical technology. They work closely with the government agencies to get access to order centralized medical equipment, and they deliberated over which recently decommissioned the equipment, which could be serviced, tested, and also brought back in the normal use conditions. So another point is number two. So I would like to say this: solving problems from gas pipelines to manufacturing delays to meet the anticipated surge of patients needing ventilators. For example, they help to figure out the maximum load the hospital's gas pipeline system could withstand. So they confirm that enough medical air and oxygens could be delivered or not properly from the availability of the oxygen plant in the hospital or somewhere from the main oxygen supply system or somewhere cylinders. So number team is the main important point I would like to share. That is the team collaboration, which is very, very important in this type of pandemic situations. Because they seek support from other teams, both within the hospital and from their external partners, or maybe we have to sometimes hire from outside, that is outsourcing expertise or service provider. So collaborating with a range of different experts, I mean engineers, biomedical equipment technicians, and other. I think it is a multidisciplinary. So all interdisciplinary subjects like electrical, mechanical, electronics, even computers, they together jointly contributing in these pandemic situations currently. So overall, number four, I would like to point out that the patient safety. So it is very, very much essential, not only patient safety, user safety, and others aspects. So they have to communicate the exact problems with the clinical they are critically ill, making sure every patient has a good care experience, that the equipment they are connected to works how it should be and when it should be. So I think these 4 points are very, very important in this pandemic situation from the side of biomedical engineers, as well as all engineers who are involving and contributing and making all the management to work together.
Thank you, Mr. Prakash, for your valuable comments and your experiences sharing with us. Now we are proceeding to our question number 2. What kind of main problems need to be solved in the hospital's daily workflow during the pandemic period? I would like to ask from Mr. Zhang, Vice Chairman of China Association of Medical Equipment Deputy Director of Union Hospital affiliated to Tongji Medical College of Guangzhou University of Science and Technology. Mr. Zhang, please.
OK， 这个非常高兴有机会和同道们一起交流。
I'm very pleased to exchange ideas with colleagues, and also very delighted to share with you guys our experience during the pandemic and what kind of problems we have encountered. I believe that during the pandemic, we have encountered a lot of problems.
一个方面就是说交通。
On the one hand, because of the travel restriction due to various other reasons, transportation was pretty difficult, and our equipment engineers and engineers from manufacturers were not able to be there to install equipment and carry out trainings for clinical engineers. For our engineers and hospital engineers needed to assume all sorts of responsibilities for installing the equipment and to train the staffers on site. So for our hospital, for our engineers, they resort to the internet and they talk to the engineers from the manufacturers via internet so that they could learn the ropes pretty fast. So this is what we have done. As clinical engineers, we need technical expertise, and their capabilities are very important because when at a time of emergency, your efficiency really determines the life or death of the patients. So they need to learn all sorts of things, including installation, repair, maintenance. So their efficiency is the key. That's one point. We need to make sure that we can verify and classify the protective gears, because we have the polluted area, buffer area, clean area. So for different areas, we have different requirements for the protective gears and masks, and we set up a different requirements for the prevention. For other protective gears, we have source. They came in different quality, different types. They need to comply with the standard for prevention of the transmission of the disease. So it's a lot of work for us to distribute these materials. So as experts for controlling the cross-infection hospital, our nurses, our engineers, set up an ad hoc verification team and a classification team to verify these protective gears to make sure that they were qualified. The third thing we did is about resolving other issues. For example, the oxygen pressure issue. The insufficient oxygen pressure, as well as disinfection of the wards, as well how to recycle the medical wastes, as well as our medical staffers and the patients' supply of food. And there were a lot of problems we need to resolve during the pandemic. These are the problems we have encountered. So that's all from me. Thank you.
Now I will request Mr. Gupta Anwar, Director of Communication and Business Development of United Hospital Limited, Bangladesh, to please share your valuable comments. Dr. Shagupta, please.
Thank you. Assalamu alaikum to all of you. Am I clear? Can all of you hear me?
Yes. Yeah, it's clear.
Yes, we are hearing you.
Yeah. Thank you. I'm actually, my name is Shagufa, not Shagufta. So I'm Shagufa Anwar. I am a medical doctor. I am the Director of Communication and Business Development in United Hospital Limited. This is a 500-bed multi-specialty private hospital, the largest in the country. And we have been running our operation since last 14 and a half years. And this year, as COVID has hit the world unaware since the end of last year, starting from China, in Bangladesh, the first case was identified on 8th of March. Then onwards, till today, we have had more than 4,800 deaths in the country. And we have had so far in the country, total infected is 345,000. That is total infected reported numbers that we have had. As a private hospital, since beginning, we had to go by the directives that we had from the government. Initially, at the beginning of the pandemic in Bangladesh, Bangladesh government identified some specific hospitals to admit and to treat COVID patients. At that time, the directives to the private hospitals and other hospitals from the government were not to admit non-COVID patients. They said, these are the identified hospitals by the government. COVID patients will be seen and treated here. Other hospitals will be for non-COVID patients. That was the beginning. We had series of training and interaction with United Nations organizations, UNDP, WHO, and they came and trained our forces, our senior doctors, our consultants, pulmonologists, infectious disease specialists, our cardiologists. They were participating in all international forums. And as you know, it was a very, very evolving disease. It continues to be an evolving disease. Whatever we know about the disease today, tomorrow we know some newer things, and it continues to happen even today. So we kept on updating ourselves. And I must say, at United Hospital, our learning was mammoth and massive, and our learning was very, very quick. So initially, though government had nominated and identified COVID hospitals, like all of us in the world, none of us were enough prepared to handle this totally unknown disease. So many casualties took place. And unfortunately, in Bangladesh, we have one of the highest number of physician casualty from COVID. So our doctors in the frontliners, we have had many frontliner emergency physicians, senior doctors, critical care specialists, pulmonologists, dentists, head neck specialists who were doing procedures and who were trying to help the patients in the ICU and other areas. We have had many casualties. It would be like close to 100. You know, a country like Bangladesh, a developing country like Bangladesh, where to have an experienced doctor with 2 or 3 post-graduation degrees, having an experience of 25 to 30 years, and losing that doctor, losing those type of doctors, it is a major loss that our country has had in its intellectual front. However, we have learned quite fast, and eventually, though initially government had the testing facility, no other private facilities were allowed to have COVID testing RT-PCR facility. Eventually, I think the test started in first week of June. So we had the first case on 8th March. From first week of June, government allowed some very few private hospitals to run their own RT-PCR lab for COVID testing. And from the first week of June, gradually, government gave permission to many other institutions, both government and non-government. Now, at present, in September, now, we have close to 100 facilities across the country who are having RT-PCR lab, doing COVID test. But those days, in April, May, June, situation was very, very difficult. Once we had that facility of COVID testing in our hospital, we started testing everyone. Any patient coming to our emergency or outpatient with any sorts of breathlessness, be it heart failure, be it COPD, be it COVID-like symptom, we tested everyone. Even patients with non-COVID symptom who are getting admitted to the hospital, even today, we are testing everyone. We have made that mandatory for all emergency and elective cases who are getting admitted in the hospital. Even COVID triaging, to start with, what we have started, COVID triaging, with all the screenings in place, there also we are continuing with that. So now, coming to the challenges as you have discussed so far, as I can see in today's forum, we have mostly the biomedical engineering team of different hospitals, leaders from different biomedical engineer forums, and I can very well understand the importance and the immense support that we all need from your group of professionals who are working in different hospitals across the country. I must say I feel a little out of place being a physician and playing the role of the Director of Communication and Business Development. But however, since I am the spokesperson of the hospital and I am actually speaking on behalf of everyone, not only to the fraternity, but also to the community. So I take this opportunity as a very positive endeavor to represent United Hospital and also to represent Bangladesh private health sector to my other important colleagues who have joined here from China, as I can see, from Sri Lanka, from Nepal, and also from Pakistan. Thank you so much. I would also say my colleagues from China, since they have spoken in Chinese, it was unfortunately, I could not understand what they were telling. So I'm sure I have missed many, many important learnings that they have actually disseminated today. So maybe later we can have an English version of the discussions in a write-up form emailed to us so we can learn from that and we can disseminate that to our other colleagues to learn from today's webinar. During COVID workflow in our hospital, as we are experiencing now, the problems and the issues and the concerns that we are addressing on a day-to-day basis are mostly, mostly evolving around some very few issues, but which are not in any way little. First thing I would highlight is to run two facilities under the same roof, in the same premises, one for COVID, one for non-COVID. That is a big challenge for us. In our hospital, we have dedicated two floors for COVID patient. In these two floors, we have, as in my presentation, which went earlier, I don't know whether you have noticed, we have two dedicated floors for COVID wing. There we have yellow zone and there we have red zone. In the yellow zone, we are keeping COVID suspect patients who are having COVID-like symptoms, but we have not detected them to be COVID positive. They are waiting for the test result. We keep them in the yellow zone, and then we have red zone also in that COVID wing, where we have not only ward, bed, cabins, we also have ICU facilities there dedicated for COVID patients. We have CCU facility there for COVID patients. We have dedicated dialysis facility there for COVID patients. So maintaining two facilities for non-COVID and for COVID. As you know, United Hospital is the leading cardiac, renal, and cancer hospital in Bangladesh. It's a leading hospital. So we have a good number of patients who kept on coming to us with their cardiac problems, for their dialysis, for their radiation, for their chemo, even during the lockdown, even during the pandemic. So we had to keep all these life-saving services running and in operation during the lockdown and during the pandemic till today. So our biomedical engineering teams, they had a mammoth challenge to keep all these services running for non-COVID patients during COVID time, also in a separate facility in the hospital for COVID patients as well. So we have two different set of equipment, two different set of manpower, two different set of doctors and facilities we are having to maintain under the same roof. So our biomedical engineers and also I must say our procurement team, they had big challenge for ensuring the right time sourcing and right time availability of safety gears, starting from all levels of PPE, be it a mask, be it an N95, be it an reagents for my test, and then most of our vendors are in China. China itself was under that grip of COVID for quite some time. And though we have started storing our reagents and other safety gears, gloves, masks, still that proved to be insufficient at a certain point because we did not have any idea how big the disease would be, how massive the disease would be. So all our staff at the initial days, March, April, May, they went crazy. They kept on asking for masks, they kept on asking for other safety gears, and we did not have the clear idea which area would need what amount of safety, which area would need what amount of safety gears. So we were in a frenzy. Even the sanitizers, the disinfectants, everything was being used, huge amount. So our procurement team had to procure all this, collecting from vendors. These are the challenges, big challenges that we had to face. See? So I thank all of you. I thank all of you because all these expenses has made the whole treatment very, very costly. That is also another challenge. People are coming here, but they are having to pay a high cost because we are also now procuring things at a higher cost. That is another challenge that we have faced. So one is sourcing, one is availability of vendors, and then high cost. Everything has added to the challenge of COVID operation. And that is what we are handling every day, trying to address the need of the patient, counseling them to make it as transparent as possible. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Shagupanwar, for your valuable comments. I have to put something. As you discussed that there is Chinese version, but as you see on your screen, there is also an English language version. You can see the online Chinese language into your English for your better understanding. Because our next question is from some of our Chinese colleagues. Now we have to move to our third question. How to deploy and spread isolation ward effectively? I would like to ask Mr. Zhang Huang. Please, you may share your valuable comments on this question. Mr. Zhang.
好的。 这个有几个方面啊。
Okay,
首先呢
so there are several aspects.
隔离病区啊
First of all, I think the isolation ward
医院的感染控制的要
first
求
have to meet the requirement from hospital in terms of infection disease. So for us, we modify the normal ward into the isolation ward. We call it the 3 zones and the 2 channels. We have contaminated areas, half contaminated areas, and clean areas. And then we have the staff channel pathway or the patient pathway. All these has to be separated. So we change the normal ward into isolation ward in a relatively short period of time. So we can achieve that we separated the doctors with the patient. And we also achieve that the separation of the contaminated projects and the clean products. And also in the contaminated area, and also the central air conditioning in the contaminated zone and the clean zone has to be separated. If we cannot separate it, then we need to switch off the air conditioning. That was the third thing. And the second is we need to solve the central oxygen supply pressure issue, because in a normal ward, the oxygen pressure cannot meet the requirement for the pandemic treatment. So in the central oxygen supply, when the pressure is not enough, we need to increase the oxygen cylinder or the small size oxygen generator. And we have had the cylinders and generators in each area. And the third is the disinfection of each zone. We use the ultraviolet light plus the machine of hydrogen peroxide to have the normal disinfectant or the final disinfectant when the patient has been discharged. And then we need to prepare enough the basic life support equipment, including the monitor or the ventilators, needs to have enough supply. And the fourth is communication and network system has to be connected, especially for the patient needed the vital signs monitors should be sent to the doctor station in a clean area, then for the purpose that the doctors and experts can have the diagnosis or the discussion of the patient's situation in a clean zone. That would be the several aspects that I would like to talk about. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Zhang. I would like to ask from Mr. Chu Zishai to kindly share your valuable comments on the question. Kindly, Mr. Chu Zishai. Mr. Shu Zilshe, kindly.
How to deploy and operate isolation ward.
Mr. Shu Zishe, are you hearing?
Okay.
Yeah.
我可以听见，我说话你们听见了吗？
Can you all hear me well?
听见了，听见了。
OK，
现在可以说了。
那谢谢主席，我仅仅
So thank you very much, Chairman. So I just wanted to add a few things on the basis of what Mr. Zhang has just mentioned. Actually, how to have an effective deployment or operation of isolation ward. And our nation has had a document released in time. So I quote it. There are 2 aspects. The first is we need to have the daily routine maintenance of the isolation ward. And Mr. Zhang has also mentioned, but I also want to emphasize, especially in the cleaning of the life support or safety, which includes we need to regularly checking the pressure of the isolation ward and change the hyper machines regularly. These are very important things. That was the third thing. And also, when we're talking about maintenance, we're talking about the oxygen and etc. And I think we should have a dedicated people to be responsible for the daily or the routine maintenance of the isolation ward and solve the problems in time when there is needed. That will be all. Thank you very much.
Thank you for sharing your valuable comments. Before moving to our fourth question, which I will be going to ask from Mr. Bikash, as you all know, we have short of time, so please your answer should be precise and most prepared to the question. Mr. Bikash, I would like to ask how to maintain the medical devices in isolation ward during the pandemic. Please, Mr. Bikash.
Thank you very much for the questions. I would like to answer as brief as I can. So it is very sensitive questions for all biomedical engineers to maintain the medical device and equipment inside the isolation ward. So in my experience, so I would like to first follow the WHO's interim guidance. So on infection prevention and control strategies, that is called the IPC, that is guidelines set by WHO. So before entering to isolation ward for the maintenance of medical devices or equipment, so we should make sure the isolation ward is fully ventilated or not. That air circulations, I mean, so fresh air from outside. So there are, I think, 3 basic criteria for the ventilations inside the isolation ward. So the amount and quality of outdoor air provided into the isolation ward, number 1. And number 2 is the overall flow, that means airflow detection system in a building or in isolation ward, and between the spaces should be from clean to less clean zones. So number 3 is the supply of air, that should be fresh air, which should be delivered to each part of the space of isolation ward to improve dilution and removal of airborne pollutants generated in the space inside. And another aspect is very much important, that is environmental and engineering controls, which play a very key role to reduce the concentration of infectious respiratory aerosols. We mean the droplet, nuclide droplet. So in the air and the contamination of surfaces within the isolation ward. Another, I think, is the for isolation ward within the healthcare facilities or hospitals or without adequate natural or mechanical ventilation, some approaches should be considered. So in consultation with an environmental engineer, I think, in this context. So number 1 point is the installation of exhaust fans, and number 2 should be installation of high efficiency particulate air, that is called HEPA filter. And another one is very important, that is spatial separation and physical barriers. So which should be followed very strictly. So spatial separation of at least 1 meter should be maintained between patients at all times, and both spatial separation and adequate ventilations that can help to reduce the spread of many pathogens in the isolation wards. So use of physical barriers such as glass or some plastic windows also can reduce the health workers' exposure to the COVID-19 virus. And number 4 is environmental cleaning and disinfections. So surfaces and equipment are thoroughly cleaned and disinfected using products that are effective against a range of organisms and viruses, including the coronaviruses that causes COVID-19. So basic guidelines we have been following for the last 5-6 months is everybody, I think, aware of these basic guidelines. So before entering inside the isolation ward to maintain any medical device or medical equipment, I would like to suggest all biomedical equipment technicians, auto engineers, electrical engineers, electronics engineers, even mechanical engineers, and overall biomedical engineers to maintain basic guidelines. That is alcohol-based hand sanitizer, which contains at least of 60% alcohol content should be used. and we should sanitize wash our hands before and after touching for the maintaining medical equipment and devices inside the isolation ward. And we should wear personal protective equipment, including a 95 mask. And we should follow all physical distancing guidelines for patients as well as hospital staff members. And the final one is the number of staff members in isolation ward. That should be limited as possible. And only those essential technicians should be present during maintaining medical devices or medical equipment in this pandemic situation. So we should follow all these basic guidelines at least to protect from ourselves and to prevent the coronavirus to others. So I think these should be very, very essential guidelines we all biomedical engineers should follow before entering isolation ward to maintain any medical equipment. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Vikash, for sharing your valuable comments. Now I would like to second Mr. Vikash's lines. What we did is being clinical engineers in our hospital, because I'm also working in a hospital of around about 1,500 bedded. We divide, actually, two things are the mostly concerned with the COVID. The first one are the staffing, and the second one are the equipments. What we did, especially our biomedical, we categorize our staff into two categories, category 1 and category 2. The category 1 will be wholly concerned with the COVID patients and all the equipment using for the COVID patients. They will be doing their jobs 24/7 for 2 weeks, and after that we test them, then we isolate them for 2 weeks, and after that, after completing 2 weeks in isolation, we test them again, and as the result come negative, then we send or 3 days leave to their home areas. That was related to our staffing. What we did with the equipments, we changed the filters, we changed the circuits on routine basis for the COVID patients, and we went there, we demonstrate the medical equipments to the different doctors and end users to provide best services, to provide good skills to the for the better care of patients. That was the thing we did here. Now we will be moving to our question number 5, last but not the least. I would like to ask my question number 5. What changes have been made in the procurement process of equipment during the epidemic period? I would like to ask Mr. Chingji. Mr. Chingji, kindly, please. Mr. Chingji.
是不可以再重复一下这个问题？好像不是这个问题吧
Can you repeat the question? Can you repeat the question?
Sure. I will repeat. Yeah, sure. Mr. Chuji, what changes have been made in the procurement processes of equipment during the epidemic period? What you did in this epidemic? Yeah, please.
谢谢主持人。我
Thank you,
由
host.
时间原因，我简单说一
In
下，
the limit of
因为
time,
设备物资的供应
to
和
be
保障其
brief,
实是我们
speaking of
最
the
尖锐的
supply
一
and
点，而且最
and
重要的一个责任。就是
the
我简单说几
maintenance
点
of
体
the
会吧，就
equipment
是
is our major
按照跟
responsibility.
平时不太一样的我们，
Actually,
就是在这个
what's
疫情来了以
different
后，我们确实
is
是
that after the pandemic
启动一个紧急预案，所以设
came,
备物资的
we
供应和保障，
initiated
这
our
些工程或者是我们
emergency plan
设
to
备部门最
protect
重
our
要的一个
system,
职
and
责。
this is a
第一个，我们
priority
开
for
通了一个
our
绿色通道，
department.
就是
We
什么？就是说
opened
我们
a green
全员
channel
统筹成立了 So we established a coordinated material supply team. Apart from engineering staffers, our auditing department and finance department all participated in it. Speaking of the approval, we will decide whether we need to procure the equipment, and every day we will discuss whether we need to do this kind of emergency procurement. So the approval process is simplified. Secondly, speaking of the procurement channels, because of the shortage, we use multiple channels to purchase the equipment to make sure that we can access different types of the materials, and our infectious control department and experts will decide whether the equipment and the materials will satisfy our demand. If the answer is positive, we'll do the procurement right away. Next, that is about coordination, and it needs to do at the hospital level to make sure our frontline workers will get the equipment as soon as possible. As the materials are relatively in shortage, we need to put the best materials for use. We need to classify the management of the supplies to make sure which are to be prioritized for emergency use. And also every day we need to have a daily briefing about inventory, about materials. We will set up a warning line, and when will we trigger the alert, when we'll reach the red line or the amber line, so that we will supply the materials ASAP. Another thing is that we need to make sure when there is a shortage, we need to have an alternative plan. So we come up with these proposals for how to, options for masks. For example, it's great to use N95 masks. Can we use industrial 95 masks plus surgical masks? Surgical masks can prevent the spits. For the ordinary N95, can filter the aerosol. So these kind of masks can be used as a substitute. For protective gowns, we will, if we do not have the protective gowns, we will use these kind of cloth gowns. So we will also put on another isolation gown, and so we use this as a substitute for the normal protective gowns. We also make sure for the face veil, and we have for the headgear, and we also use the makeshift headgears, and these are what we have done in order to deal with the emergency. Actually, we want to make sure that we will have the equipment that is in line with the requirement. These are the special measures we have taken. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Qingji. Now, Mr. Shu Zishe, kindly share your experience regarding the above question. Mr. Shu Zishe.
Thank
you, Chairman. I would like to share the screen.
我想强调两个问题，一个是在这个
疫情期间啊 During the pandemic,
我们临床公司的职责里面有
the responsibility for our clinical engineers, we have so many responsibilities.
是一些相关的两点，一个是技术
there are 2 points. One is technical management, and the other is technical service. In terms of technical management in the procurement process, there are 2 things. We need to, be clear of the standard and implement the protocols. These are very important. Next thing, in order to ensure the immediacy of the procurement, we need to establish a data bank to make sure that we can do the procurement ASAP. This is very important. Another thing about the short supply and the compliance actually in China during the control of the pandemic. And we have had a lot of directives from the government. Here are the directives I'd like to have to share with us later on. Thank you. That's the end of my answer. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chuzi. Now we would like to hear from Mr. Karuna Tilaki, and hope your voice and your lines will be more precise and related to the question. Thank you. Now, Mr. Karuna Tilaki.
Second line. Question number 5 को बहर भयो अब 6 को सोल्भै भएको छ 6 को 3 जनाको छ यो 5 फेज भएको छ 6 को 2 जना मात्रै हो काका गुण गर्न staff facial and Mr. Gupta.
Mr. Karuna Tilaki, you may please share your comments here.
And Bangladesh. What do you think, Sri Lanka?
Can you all hear me?
Yeah, we are hearing you, please.
You can go ahead. Yeah. Actually, as a government organization, we have to strictly follow the national procurement guidelines in purchasing medical equipment. So that process is very cumbersome and time consuming. So we had to change certain things in the procurement process in order to expedite the acquisition of medical equipment. In fact, we knew that at that time it was not easy to import medical equipment due to this global shutdown, and there were so many restrictions, and there was a very high demand globally for medical equipment. Therefore, we tried our best to manage within our available resources. That was our first strategy, actually. Having said that, actually, we didn't stop purchasing equipment from other countries as well, because actually Sri Lanka is not producing any medical equipment. So we had to import medical equipment from other countries. So in the procurement process, what we did was, initially we appointed a emergency procurement committee in order to expedite this procurement process, and they are empowered with necessary authority to make quick decisions. And then we used another method, that is by enhancing the recently concluded procurements, enhancing the quantities of recently concluded tenders. We could quickly make decisions, and we could acquire equipment quickly. The other method was we got the approval to call limited restricted tenders. That means normally we make decisions based on the price, but in this case we could make decisions based on the delivery period. If someone could deliver the equipment quickly, he was given the priority and he was selected in the process, so that we could immediately purchase some equipment. And in addition, we got the assistance from the other donor agencies, procurement agencies, such as UNICEF and UNOPS. That's a procurement arm of United Nations. And they could support us to procure equipment very quickly. And also, after making decisions, it was not possible to get down the equipment. So we had to charter flights several times to get down the equipment at the right time. Those were the methods we followed during this period. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Karuna Tilaki. In the end, I would like to thank for sharing your valuable comments. First, I would like to thank Mr. Shuzi Director of Equipment Department of Peking Union Medical College Hospital, China. Thank you so much. Mr. Karuna Tilaki, the Director of Biomedical Engineering Services at Ministry of Health, Sri Lanka. Thank you so much. Mr. Bikash, President of Biomedical Engineering Foundation, Nepal. Thank you so much. Mr. Zhang Kang, Vice Chairman of China Association of Medical Equipment, Deputy Director of Union Hospital, Guangzhou University of Science and Technology, China. Thank you so much. In the last, Dr. Shagufa Anwar, Director of Communication as Business Development of United Hospital, Bangladesh. Thank you so much, all of you guys, for sharing your valuable comments and for your precious times. From this experience, hopefully, all of you have learned as much as I have. This platform brought together the leaders in their respective countries in the biomedical field. COVID-19 has been tough for all of us, as you all know. We have survived, but many close to us are not amongst us. So we should take a moment to thank them for their sacrifice. But at the same time, we have learned from tough experiences, and this will help us in future. As a biomedical engineer, we have a huge responsibility to ensure the hospital works at optimum efficiency, and this means understanding the equipment and its proper utilization in the healthcare facilities. So these kind of events where we can have cross-border communication to share our experiences and learn from each other are very much needed. So I would like to thank Mendre for arranging this event which brought us together, and hope they will continue to do so in future. Also, I would like to thank again all the participants, the listeners, the audience, and who spared their precious times to come and listen to us. Thank you. Thanks a lot. Assalamu alaikum.
Thank you very much.
Dear all distinguished guests, good morning. Welcome to join Myri Frontline Experience and Solution Sharing webinar. I'm Chuck from Myri. Komode, Namaste, Assalamualaikum. This year is a tough year for the whole world because the COVID-19 outbreak. All countries are suffer from the virus. Myri is the main forces to attend to against the epidemic in the to date. So this is the reason why we have collected the anti-COVID-19 experience in today to find a place to sharing with you. Today, we would like to take this opportunity to share together our solutions and new technologies. First of all, I would like to invite our General Manager of South Asia, Mr. Danny Zhang, to have a welcome speech. Welcome, Mr. Danny.
Dear all distinguished guests, good afternoon. This is Danny from Mandalay. On behalf of South Asia team, we warmly welcome and thank you for your participation into this webinar. As one of the global leading providers of medical equipment and solutions, Mandalay hold the vision and take the responsibility to provide better healthcare for all through introducing our up-to-date technology and product solutions. We always believe you are one of the most important people who make this happen. Through your connection, we further study healthcare demand and motivate ourselves into innovation. At the same time, the innovation enables us to improve healthcare facility with hospital and customers' satisfaction. The year of 2020 is quite special. We are forced to keep distance due to COVID-19. But at the same time, the world is so united than ever before. All medical professionals are called into this war with huge determination, devotion, and collaboration. But at the same time, your job is so risky than ever before. Through this webinar, we aim to build a platform to develop your working environment under efficient, accurate, and safe way through the experience sharing. We believe together we are stronger. Once again, thank you very much for all your kind efforts and send my best regards to your family. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Danny. Today, I would like to invite you to Myri's headquarters to exactly see what we do and who we are. Welcome to Myri.
Welcome to Mindry. It's my honor to be here to lead you in the tour of our showroom. First of all, let us figure out who we are. As a devices and solutions provider with a deep focus on healthcare, Mindry strives to develop and share medical technologies and devotes to providing better care for more people across the globe. Mindry was founded in 1991 and headquartered in Shenzhen. With 29 years development, we have a strong performance with increasing global presence and impact. In China, we have branch offices in 30 provinces and autonomous regions. We have some global R&D, marketing, and service network with 40 subsidiaries overseas. We have nearly 10,000 employees who are from over 30 countries and regions around the world. Let us take a look at our sales volume. The revenue is $2.4 billion in 2019, with a year-on-year increase of 20%. Mindry was voted as 2018 Global Challengers by Boston Consulting Group. All the global challengers are leading players in the local market and are challenging the current global market pattern. Next, let us have a look at what we do. We can provide comprehensive and high-quality products, solutions, and services for different departments and different hospitals. Our business segments cover 3 main product lines, including patient monitoring and life support, in vitro diagnostics, and medical imaging system. Besides the main 3 product lines, we have other products for vet solutions and orthopedic products. Our 3 global leading business with broad portfolio can provide holistic solutions across the hospital. This animation is a plan graph of a typical large medical center. We can provide solutions from hospital transportation, emergency care, operating room, ICU, general ward, to laboratory, ultrasound department, and radiology department. Mindtree has now successfully transferred from a manufacturer of medical devices to a designer of total solutions for hospitals. Mindtree's robust pipeline drives strong marketing share with innovative solutions chosen by top-tier institutes globally. Now our patient monitoring and life support solutions, anesthesia machine, and hematology analyzer all ranked as the 3rd in global market. Our ultrasound systems ranked as the 5th globally. The 3rd question is how we are different. The first major strength is our consistent investment in R&D. In addition to the collaborative innovation with cutting-edge technology of our 8 R&D centers worldwide and over 2,500 R&D engineers, Mindtree insists on investing about 10% of the annual revenue in R&D. The total number of applications for Mindtree's patents is close to 5,000, of which 15% are recognized in the US and Europe. Mindtree does not only have collaborative innovation with cutting-edge technology, but also has advanced intelligent manufacturing. The manufacturing centers are based in both Shenzhen and Nanjing with over 300,000 square meters. We can deliver nearly 300 types of products with over 29,000 characteristics for product configurations so that we can respond quickly to the diversified needs of the global market. This is a globalization of our marketing network. Now, Mindtree's products and services can be found in healthcare facilities in over 190 countries and regions. Our localized teams are dedicated to the local market. We keep thinking globally and acting locally to better understand our customers and address their needs accordingly. As our global business expands, we have won the recognition and trust of the global market, including many top-tier medical institutions in Europe and the United States. Our products have been serving all top 20 US hospitals and over 200 teaching hospitals in Europe. In China, we have provided systematic and integrated solutions for medical institutions at all levels and have been serving nearly 110,000 medical institutions, including over 99% tertiary hospitals. Next, welcome to patient monitoring and life support area. We have extended our product portfolio with multiple business segments and over 100 kinds of products. We could provide high-quality total solution for emergency care, operating room, ICU, and other subacute care departments. The first solution is emergency room, in which we could provide monitoring devices and life support devices. When the patient arrives at the hospital by ambulance, and one goes with the patient to hospital emergency room and could be simply plugged into the host monitor. The N1 will be automatically switched from a portable monitor to be a multi-parameter module. All the patient vital signs data during transport from the pre-hospital will be automatically backfilled to the host monitor. Mindtree could provide diagnosis solutions for vital signs, ECG, and medical image, as well as life support solutions with defibrillator and ventilator. As we all know, time is life in emergency room. Mindtree has the fastest defibrillator in the market. It can be turned on in 2 seconds and charged to 200 joule in 3 seconds. The ECG recovery time is 2.5 seconds. It takes no more than 8 seconds from power on to successful defibrillation. When the patient needs a surgery, the doctor could just pull out the N1 monitor from the host monitor N1 accompanies the patient into the operating room, and the patient's data could be seamlessly transmitted to the host monitor. Mindry could provide total surgical solutions with products of patient monitors, anesthesia machines, anesthesia induction point-of-care ultrasound TE7, surgical lamps, operating tables, surgical pendants, laparoscopes, surgical and orthopedic accessories. We could support various operations such as cardiothoracic surgery, spinal surgery, orthopedic surgery, gynecological surgery, laparoscopic surgery, etc. The first time that Mindry launched anesthesia machine is in 2008. Our products focus on safety management, which is about operation safety and anesthesia safety. Operation safety means that the anesthesia machines are with complete mechanical structure as a backup. When the hospital's power supply system is abnormal, the excellent hardware mechanical structure can ensure the safety of patients. The safety of anesthesia is reflected in the precise control of anesthetics by the machine. We advocate low-flow anesthesia to ensure the safety of patients and the medical staff. The precise sensors and the advanced algorithm ensure that patients can achieve effective anesthesia effects with the least amount of anesthetics. When the patient's operation is successfully completed, the N1 transport monitor is pulled out from the host monitor in the operating room, and the patient enters the ICU with it. In our ICU total solution, the products that we could provide are ICU pendant, patient monitor, ventilator, defibrillator, infusion pump, etc. Mindry began to enter the field of ventilator in 2013 and launched the high-end ventilator SV600 and 800 in 2017. Mindry now has the same intelligent closed-loop ventilation mode (AMV) as Hamilton and Bella Vista. With Mindry's AMV IntelliCycle technology, doctors only need to set 3 parameters. The ventilator will automatically sense the patient's lung compliance and airway resistance changes, thereby automatically adjusting the breathing parameters, giving the patient a free ventilation experience as if the patient is breathing spontaneously. So far, the patient's hospital transport has been implemented. Mindry provides not only the device transport, but also the information transmission. Mindry has opened up the channel for integrating bedside devices. The bedside devices transmit information to patient monitor through a BandLink monitor module. Our patient monitor integrates the entire set of information into the central station through wireless and wired ways. Medical staff could view vital signs of patients on multiple beds at a glance. Information could also be sent continuously to the doctor's mobile phones and laptops while doctors are away from hospital to make sure that they are able to monitor the patient's physical condition all the time. Finally, all the information will be connected to the overall information system of the hospital through Mindry's e-gateway technology protocol, and all the patient's diagnostic data will be backed up and saved. The above is our intelligent, efficient, and information integrated solution for the whole hospital provided by Mindry Patient Monitoring Life Support product line. Next is our second product line, in vitro diagnostics. Since the year 1998, Mindry entered into IVD business with its first China-made 3-part hematology analyzer. After 20 years development, Mindry now has become a leading developer, manufacturer, and distributor with comprehensive diagnosis solutions in the field of hematology, chemistry, immunoassay, coagulation, microbiology, and flow cytometry. We could offer a total of over 100 analyzer models. Together with original manufacturing reagents, Mindry offers laboratory solutions for medical institutions of all types and levels. Mindry solutions are tailored to not only small to mid-sized sample volume laboratories, but also to large laboratories with our latest cellular analysis as well as biochemistry and immunoassay automation systems. Today, Mindry IVD installations can be found in over 150 countries and regions. In the center of this showroom are our solutions for large core labs. In front of you, it is the star product Cal 8000. A cellular analysis line for large hospitals and core labs with daily sample volumes of more than 300. It can integrate with up to 4 units hematology analyzers together with CRP slide marker and HPLC analyzer. It could largely increase the test efficiency while decrease the volume of blood that needs to be drawn, thereby lowering costs, streamlining operations, and increasing patient comfort. With its modular design, the lab can choose different platforms to fit their own lab space, from the straight L-turn to the U-turn. That's why we call it transformers. Similar to Cal 8000, this is an automatic analysis line for biochemistry and immunoassay, Cal 9000, with the nickname of Lamborghini. It consists of biochemistry analyzer BS2000 with the highest throughput for a standalone biochemistry analyzer in the world, and chemiluminescence analyzer CL6000I. The design idea of this analysis line is to provide our customers with the whole solution, one tube of blood sample plus one operator, deliver one report with all target test results. Next, let us go to medical imaging system product line. Mindray started the ultrasound business in 2001, and after 19 years development, we ranked number 5th globally and top 3 in Chinese market. Let me show you around our showroom. Resona 7 is Mindray's first premium ultrasound model in China, based on ZSD Plus platform. It's zone sonography technology that we acquired from Zonari. Different from traditional line-by-line acquisition, we use zone-by-zone acquisition, which is 10 times faster. The system is extremely fast and accurately displays of anatomical motion and hemodynamic states. Although we have no physical focus, the image quality is superb, uniform from near field to far field. Based on ZSD Plus platform, a wide variety of advanced clinical features on Resona 7, such as advanced shear wave elastography, contrast imaging, fusion imaging, and V-flow, which is a vivid visualization technology for hemodynamic with color-coded vector arrows to follow up blood cell groups' velocity and direction, not only enable us to provide quick and accurate exams, see clearly and confidently diagnosis a broad range of conditions, but also to detect problems in the heart, liver, kidney, and abdomen with quantitative results. Besides, Resona 7 also provides intelligent safe guidance of interventional radiology. X-Insight is a new solution of Mindray card-based ultrasound systems. What Mindray does is to gain an accurate and deep insight of customers' demand. And based on such demand, we develop technologies and come up with product solution. DC80 equipped with a 23.8 inches screen and dual-wing floating arm. The very large Full HD monitor screen offers better visualization and reduces visual fatigue. Smart Plane CNS is our exclusive technology for fetal CNS study. It's based on 8,000 cases big data. The system was self-trained with artificial intelligence that could provide fully automatic and accurate detection of standard CNS planes with several seconds. For superb visualization, there is a breakthrough feature of color flow imaging, glazing flow. It's a brand new way to demonstrate the 2D color Doppler flow innovatively in a 3D visualization. Here is the eyelid function. It integrates with brand new types of light resources and special rendering effects to get unprecedented realism and clarity with umbilical cord, fetal face, hands, and legs in detail. And here is our best portable model M9. It has advanced technologies including the 3T transducer with single crystal sector probe, HDR flow, tissue tracking, auto EF, stress echo, etc., making M9 the best choice for cardiac. We have lots of installations and positive feedbacks from Europe and North America. M series are small, portable, and effective. Our M7 is being used by rescue teams in earthquake and flood relief and makes more rapid diagnosis of injuries and decides the optimal treatment for disaster victims. This is our high-end full touchscreen model T7, dedicated to point-of-care market like anesthesia, emergency, and ICU. It adopts a new concept of ultrasound machine. Advantage is the first one to create such a full touchscreen model in China. You can see it has a very elegant design. All the operations are just at your fingertips, just like your iPad. It has many features fitting the point-of-care market, like 3-step wake-up from standby mode, which is perfect for emergency, 10-second screen lock for disinfection, and eye local, a voice command control function. And we also provide a special navy, a 40-needle navigation function used in anesthesia. It's like you have a third eye when you are doing blockings. Once the needle is magnetized, our probe recognizes and receives the signal of the needle and locates the needle by the relative position of the needle and the ultrasound plane. Guided with a special navy, you can estimate the intersection point between the needle tip and the ultrasound plane. Also, you can estimate the puncture trajectory. As we can see from all of these products, we have a complete range of products that can satisfy doctors in different applications. And the smart exam throughout the entire exam improves scanning efficiency with more accuracy and consistency. As the leading global provider of medical devices and solutions, Mindtree strives to bring better healthcare for all. These honors and awards are showing that we have been trusted worldwide. This is the whole tour of Mindtree showroom. Thank you very much for attending. See you next time.
In my opinion, my impression is the level of quality with standards quality here in Czech. It's in the same level as the Western Europe standards.
It fits the profile of Mindtree because it shows that they have a global aspect as a company.
Both the UK team to Mindtree and then the link into the Chinese team, very responsive.
I think it's great. It's very comparable with other devices from the European factories.
Welcome back. Due to our continuous investment of 10% of annual sales revenue into R&D center, we are able to launch 7 to 12 new models every year. This year, we also have the many new products that can't wait to meet you. So next, I would like to show you our new technology from our 3 product line. First is our new patient monitor, EPM series. Let's have a look.
Hello everyone, this is Simon from Mindray Marketing. I'm glad to be here to launch our new patient monitor, EPM series, at such an important meeting. Firstly, I want to give a brief review of Mindray patient monitor history. In the past 27 years, each generation of Mindray middle-end patient monitor has made a breakthrough at that era, and installed soon all over the world, including the first multi-parameter monitor, compact and portable monitor, and a semi-modern monitor. So, what is the next breakthrough for our middle-end monitor? The answer is from the voice of the customers. Mindray patient monitors are always inspired by the needs of the customers, adopt advanced technologies, and transform them into accessible innovation. Firstly, let us find some clinical facts. For the subacute care departments and the general ward, patients and nurses are the two main roles facing the patient monitors. For the patients, they are always easy to be awake, restless, and irritable. These factors may bring major interference to the patient monitors. For the nurses, they are always facing many patients at the same time, busy and with heavy workload. According to the clinical facts, we conclude that in subacute care unit and general ward, a patient monitor should be accurate, easy to use, easy to clean, portable, and can be connected with a third-party system like EMR systems. Based on these clinical requirements, Mindray EPM series, the new generation of middle-end patient monitor is launching. EPM series will bring an evolution of simplicity and enhance a lot for the medical efficiency. EPM, integrated with a new industry design, reliable management, usability, and IT connection, brings simplicity and accurate value to the clinical application. Let's see the outlook of EPM. EPM keeps the unified design style with the Mindray portfolio and lowers the learning cost for the end users. It has two different types of models, modular and compact. The compact module can meet the most clinical needs from subacute care units and general ward. The modular module can support to extend more parameters flexibly like CO2, AG, BIS, etc. to meet more clinical application scenarios at no cost for the module change. EPM adopts a minimalist design. The bedside adopts the streamlined style when there is no expansion module. For EPM modular, where you need more parameters measurement, raise the modular rack and insert the extension modules with measurement parameters. EPM employs materials with great corrosion resistance performance and declares 49 types of cleaning agent and disinfectant. Is more durable and reliable. The high-definition screen and 170 degrees of view angle provide with excellent visual experience. With the auto brightness adjustment function, the screen brightness can automatically change according with the ambient light level and help to create a comfortable environment for the patients. EPM can be installed in various clinical scenarios, and you can choose cooling, anesthesia machine, mounting, wall mounting, barrier hook, barrier clamp solution, etc. You can also feel the simplicity by your touch and experience a smooth workflow. EPM adopts the advanced capacity touch screen to support gesture control and which makes you oriented at a fingertip and operates like a smartphone and conform to the user's operation habit. You can access to the most common functions within 2 steps of viewer. The visual tools alongside help the users locate the abnormalities of the accessory connection very efficiently. The online guide function provides a detailed guide for the high parameters application and makes it become easy. When caregivers take a walk around and hand over, just one swipe to access to the mini chant pan. The chant and alarm statistics can be quickly reviewed, and abnormal reading is highlighted on the chant waveform, and the caregivers can quickly get key information for evaluating patient status. When the patient status deteriorates and the clinicians want to know what had happened in the past period, The comprehensive critical information for diagnostic can be accessed by one swipe. The no-trend pane shows up to 24 hours of trends and historical statistics, and it becomes more efficient than the traditional way. Except the smooth workflow, EPM has developed various of clinical assistive applications for the caregivers to enhance their decision-making ability. For example, EWS, Early Warning Score. It is a scoring system that helps to evaluate the patient status changes and supports 3 kinds of pre-configured EWS protocols and customizable protocols adapted to different customers. It helps to detect the patient status changes during the interval of 2 scores and remind caregivers when the score is refreshed automatically. Another example for the clinical assistive application is in ICU. The clinical change in ICU is how to control the oxygen concentration at an appropriate level to prevent ROP and BPD, which are common diseases in ICU. EPM provides a dashboard to show the target period and the dangerous period of SpO2, PR, and PI. When SpO2 reading is higher and lower than the target period, the numeric area will be highlighted, so the caregivers can notice the event easily. 24 hours of the SpO2 statistics bar chart can show the percentage of the target SpO2 period, and it can help the doctors to evaluate the treatment effects. EPM can provide various of clinical assistive applications for different clinical scenarios, such as ST graphic to assess ST segment elevations and depressions, GCS to record the consciousness level of the patients for initial as well as for subsequent assessments. 24-hour ECG summary to summarize the key information of the HR, ST, QT, and arrhythmia alarms, and an NIPP analysis to make the summary of the NIPP for the past 24 hours, just by one-step operation. For awake, restless, or irritable patients, reduced management interference can be a challenge. EPM series employs the same plantar parameter platform as the highest patient monitor N series, which has wider measuring range and good anti-interference performance. Another feature to improve the accuracy is cross-fusion. This technology combines the ECG and SpO2 signal to make a comprehensive algorithm analysis. It's effective to reduce false arrhythmia alarm and improve the accuracy of HR and PR. Alarm fatigue caused by invalid alarm interference can be relieved. For subacute care unit, we will not just provide a simple central surveillance program, but a cost-effective IT solution designed to improve the efficiency of the department and better its experience. As we can see from the network structure, EPM can be connected with the central monitoring systems through both wired and wireless network. Single department solution also can be integrated into monitoring scalable hospital network architecture. And all the patient's data can be connected and sent to the hospital information system automatically via HL7 protocol. It's an all-in-one central station and easy to deploy. All features including central station, mobile service, HL service into one host. This solution helps to reduce host investment, space occupation, connection cables, and easy deployment. Without mobile viewer solution, caregivers do not need to go to the wards frequently and to view the patient data, and workload is reduced. Especially at night, patients would not be disturbed. The important events will be sent to the caregiver's cell phone automatically, so they can concentrate on doing things in hand. By leading evolution of simplicity, EPM series has already integrated with more than 55 patents and a lot of innovations. I hope EPM will bring great clinical value and convenience to the end users. Thank you.
EPM is a powerful patient monitor. The convenient early warning score and the SpO2 screen tool can help doctors quickly discover the hidden risks of the patients. Next, I would like to introduce our significant machine to you. It's our new high-end anesthesia working station A9. This is a very powerful anesthesia working station which integrated the world's top technologies of anesthesia machine into one. Our officially launching time for A9 is on 15th October. So now, let's take a brief look first.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Lin from Mandarin International Sales and Marketing Department. Today, I'd like to introduce our new launching anesthesia machine A9, the core value of which is all-round safety. In the following 10 minutes, I will share with you how will A9 achieve the all-round safety, improve the safety of patient, safety of anesthesiologist, and safety of the environment. As the development of anesthesia technologies, the anesthetic mortality has decreased to one of 250,000. This number may look very safe, yet is not the best we can do. The concept of anesthesia safety is changing with higher demands. Not only survive from surgery, we ask for less injury, rapid recovery, and improved outcomes. So this number is just a new starting point. Behind it, there are still some risk factors like difficult airway, human error, and equipment failure. Thus, may cause injury and complications to our patients, our clinician, and our environment, such as hypoxemia, intraoperative awareness, intraoperative hypotension, post-operative pulmonary complication, and environmental pollution. We need more powerful tools to fight against those risks and to realize all-round safety. That's why we designed the new generation anesthesia machine A9. All our design is for better improve perioperative patient safety, more user-friendly workflow to reduce human errors, and for improved environmental safety. Next, let's look at the details. Firstly, improve perioperative patient safety. OR is a challenging circumstance for patients. As we know, the risks not only exist during surgery, they also exist in the perioperative period. As the data shows, in the induction phase, nearly 56% of patients may suffer inadequate pre-oxygenation that may lead to hypoxemia. In the maintenance phase, nearly 90% of patients have atelectasis due to improper mechanical ventilation, and they are under the risk of too low or too deep anesthesia as well. In the recovery phase, 40% of patients are with residual neuromuscular, which may lead to respiratory depression. So we identify those risk factors and introduce clinical solutions in A9 to bring safer induction, safer maintenance, and safer recovery. Pre-oxygenation is a key target during induction phase. Some patients are with high risk of poor oxygen reserve, like obese patients, obstetric patients, pediatrics, critically ill patients, and patients with difficult airway. For those patients, even though given plenty of pre-oxygenation by face mask, the oxygen saturation will decrease very quickly, sometimes only 3 minutes down to a very critical level. To avoid this emergency situation, the anesthesiologist have to stop intubation and perform pre-oxygenation again. Then try intubation again after the SpO2 back to the acceptable level. It's a start-stop circle, and unfortunately, the number of attempts is limited according to the current difficult airway procedures. So the anesthesiologist always feels stress of induction and intubation for those high-risk patients. Nowadays, a new pre-oxygenation method is applied in clinical, more and more popular, the high-flow nasal cannula oxygen, HFNC for short. HFNC has been commonly used in ICU in recent years. In OR, HFNC is also becoming more and more popular. As this picture shows, a specially designed nasal cannula is used to deliver high-flow oxygen to the patient. The patient is receiving oxygen continuously while intubation until the artificial airway established. The total flow of HFNC is up to 100 liters per minute or higher. According to some clinical research, the HFNC can extend the safe apnea time and keep the adult patient in acceptable oxygen saturation for 30 minutes. Then the surgical begins. During surgery, to make sure the suitable anesthesia depth and avoid intraoperative awareness or some other side effects, anesthesiologists have to monitor the patient status closely and adjust the fresh gas flow and vaporizer output frequently based on the monitoring result. It asks for experience and costs lots of time. For analogy, the conventional manual adjustment of anesthesia is like driving an ordinary car. Drivers have to control steering wheel and accelerator by themselves. The technical development brings autopilot. They do not have to control the steering wheel. The autopilot system will control the direction and speed automatically. So is it possible to introduce a feature like autopilot to keep stable anesthesia depth and reduce the workflow of anesthesiologists? Thanks to the brand new electronic vaporizer in A9, a function called automatic controlled anesthesia is introduced, ACA for short. With ACA, anesthesiologists can directly set the target. That is end-tidal expiratory agent concentration and inspiratory oxygen concentration. They no longer have to adjust the fresh gas flow in the vaporizer frequently. What you cite is what you get. Automatic control anesthesia is the barest of super high-end anesthesia system. It requires electronic vaporizer, electronic flow meter, precise multi-gas monitoring, and special control algorithm. Until now, only 4 models have such feature, which is JUICE, ASIS, Flow-I, and A9. They are the top model of each manufacturer as well. In A9, a new generation breathing system called volume exchanger is introduced. It's still a pneumatic-driven machine, but we replaced the traditional bellows with a long tube coiled into a disc and built under the work surface. Compared with the traditional breathing circle, the advantages of volume exchanger are that there's no moving parts, more reliable, and with a longer service time. In the past, no matter what technology is used, the breathing circle is a moving part, but in the volume exchanger, only the gas is moving, significantly reduce the risk of excessive system leakage. There is a significant improvement in ventilation mode in A9. 2 new advanced ventilation modes are optional, which is AMV and APRV. AMV, adaptive minute ventilation. This ventilation mode can cover the entire process from intubation to extubation. With AMV, the system can detect the patient's breath pattern and give appropriate ventilation to the patient. Mandatory ventilation is provided when patients do not have spontaneous breath. During the maintenance phase, in the recovery phase, once the patient's spontaneous breath recovers, it automatically switches to support ventilation. AMV can reduce frequent adjustment of ventilation parameters by anesthesiologists. APRV, airway pressure release ventilation, is considered as a long protective ventilation mode, which can prevent expiratory collapse of alveoli. Protective ventilation is also one of the hottest topics in the operating room. In cardiac, thoracic surgery or obese patient, the incidence of post-operative pulmonary complications, short for PPC, may be higher than 30%. Atelectasis may develop in nearly 90% of patients under general anesthesia. To reduce the incidence of PPC, the protective ventilation strategy is an effective measure. Regarding the current clinical researches, protective ventilation strategy includes 3 aspects: optimal and expiratory pressure for individual patients to avoid alveolar collapse, lung recruitment if necessary to reopen the lung, lower tidal volume to avoid hyperventilation or barotrauma. A9 can offer a very powerful toolkit to help you to perform protective ventilation, and unique transpulmonary pressure monitoring only provided by Mandry to help anesthesiologists set up the optimal ventilation for individual patients. A professional recruitment tool to help anesthesiologists perform lung recruitment more effectively. Finally, a TV IBW indicator will display when you adjust the tidal volume as the hint of lower tidal volume. In A9, we keep the plug-and-play module design and support AG, BIS, NMT modules, all of which can be shared with the Mandry patient monitor. The monitor of muscle relaxants is also becoming more and more important. In addition to get the adjustment of muscle relaxant during surgery, it also helps anesthesiologists determine the best time for intubation and extubation, especially for after surgery. The current researches show that nearly 40% of patients have residual neuromuscular block due to serious consequence. A TOF value greater than 0.9 indicates the recovery of muscles, reducing the risk of residual neuromuscular block after surgery and improving patient safety. In conclusion, A9 improves the perioperative patient safety by some innovative features: high-flow nasal cannula, automatic controlled anesthesia, powerful protective ventilation tools, and plug-and-play neuromuscular monitoring. Next, let's see how we improve the OR safety by introducing more user-friendly workflow and reducing the human errors. OR is also a challenging circumstance for anesthesiologists. They have to face many devices, complex patient status. Some data shows that 40% of anesthesiologists were suffering from high emotional exhaustion. More than half anesthetic incidents and accidents related to human factors. The improvement of workflow brought by A9 begins with pre-use system check. As we know, improper pre-use system check is associated with an increased risk of severe post-operative morbidity and mortality. Many hospitals require a pre-use check before the first case every day, even before every case. But in real world, a survey in 2005 pointed out a lot of pre-anesthesia system check cannot be performed smoothly because of complex operation and long-time cost. Thanks to the all-electronic platform, users can do system check easier in A9. The only thing users need to do is connecting breathing circle as a graphical instruction and press the start button. Then users can go away to do the other preparation without staying beside the machine. A9 will perform the system check automatically and complete in 3.5 minutes. It is very fast. Some other models cost 6 to 8 minutes to complete the system check, even longer. Besides, A9 can do scheduled system check. It's like a morning call. Users preset the time, for example, at 7 o'clock in the morning. Then A9 will perform the system check at the preset time, which means the system will be ready even before the anesthesiologist go into the operating room, and significantly reduce the preparing time. The text items are following the ASA or ESA anesthesia guidelines. Some important items like vaporizers and scavenger system can also be checked automatically. In conclusion, the automatic pre-use system checking A9, comprehensive, fast, and simple. How long does the anesthesiologist look at the screen each time during surgery? Maybe 1 or 2 seconds. So a delicate design in the interface is required, and to make sure the information can be effectively transmitted and got at a glance. The screen of A9, 18.5 inches, capacitive touch screen, and 360-degree viewing angle. The screen with larger size will display more information, for example, up to 5 waveforms at the same page. Higher resolution makes the details clearer. Capacitive touch screen, like the smartphones, is more sensitive compared with the previous resistive touch screens. Next, to realize the 360-degree viewing angle, the screen itself can be rotated and tilted, and display arm can also be adjusted horizontally. Whether the anesthesiologist is standing or sitting, they can get the best viewing angle of the screen and get the information from the screen clearly. As we know, the anesthesiologist is very busy during surgery. Sometimes the equipment malfunction will be ignored and leads to patient injury. To get the information in a short time, graphics are always more effective than text. To help the clinicians detect the system status quickly, there is an extra display on the front panel of A9 to present the system status graphically. In the top half of the volume exchanger indicator, this circle is used to simulate the gas movement in the breathing system, replacing the visual feedback of traditional bellows. The green parts represent the tidal volume and synchronized with patient breath pattern. The VE indicator can also show whether the current ventilator is manual mode or auto mode. When an excessive leak in the system happens, the VE indicator will give a graphic alarm prompt. Studies have shown that among the 12 major factors that cause anesthesia accidents, misoperation ranks first. Misoperation is often related to unfamiliar interface. In A9, we introduced customized profiles up to 10 sets. Each profile includes a customized interface layout, default parameters, system configuration, shortcut key settings, and etc. Each profile can be tailored to habits of doctors, named after the doctor. It can also be customized by the department manager according to the type of clinical scenario and named after the clinical scenario. For example, laparoscopic surgery. In practice, the anesthesia machine are fixed in every operating room, but the anesthesiologist are shifting. No matter which operating room he turns to, load the profile he needs so that the A9 will run in the way he is almost familiar with. This is his exclusive machine, which reduces the risk of misoperation. The workstation is the integration of a series of equipment. A9 provides standard GCX rails on both left and the right side, which can be used to install patient monitors, information systems, infusion pumps, ultrasound, and other equipment. It's very flexible to meet the requirement for physical integration of equipment in different clinical scenarios. Except the physical integration, the information integration is also realized in A9. The data from anesthesia machine can be sent to Mindray patient monitor by binding link module and centralized display in patient monitor. Standard HL7 protocol is available in A9 for seamless data transfer to the third-party system, bring paperless and efficient management. Maintenance is also an important part of the workflow. The most frequently maintained component is the absorbent canister. A9 keeps a similar design as in A7. It is compatible with both loose-and-fill and pre-pack absorbent. A handle on the canister is designed for easier disassemble. This new drainage structure on the bottom of canister making it possible to remove moisture and used up absorbent at the same time. The whole breathing circuit can be disinfected by high temperature and high pressure sterilization at 134 degrees. And the autoclave flow sensors are standard configuration in A9. We just show how does A9 improve workflow safety from pre-use system check to maintenance. As a human, it's our duty to protect the environment as well. This report shows healthcare is responsible for nearly 10% of U.S. greenhouse gas emissions. And of that, the waste anesthetic gases from OR contributes to large proportion. Using desflurane for 1 hour is equivalent to 235 to 417 miles of driving. For sources of discharge, the A9 apply a series of functions to help hospitals reduce anesthetic gas consumption and emissions. Firstly, lower the fresh gas flow rate and reduce the agent consumption. There is a clear refresh gas indicator called optimizer in A9. It will tell you whether the current fresh gas flow rate is too low, too high, or already efficient based on the continuously monitoring of system leakage and patient consumption. Secondly, during surgery, the agent consumption speed will be displayed on the screen. Also, the total agent consumption after the surgery. With those feedback, clinicians may implement the low-flow anesthesia more efficiently. Waste anesthetic gases cause potential effects such as nausea, dizziness, headaches, fatigue, as well as sterility, birth defect, cancer, and liver and kidney disease. To avoid accidental leakage and health risk for clinicians in OR, a flow pulse function will stop the fresh gas and the ventilation temporarily when tubing disconnection is required during surgery, such as intubation, suction. Besides, the sample gas from the multi-gas module will be returned to the breathing circuit and reused. It's helpful to prevent unnecessary emission of anesthetic gases into the operation room. In addition to accidental leakage, the majority of anesthetic gases are output by waste gas scavenging system. But the reality is, not all these scavenging systems can work normally. Nearly 25% of AGSS systems are in abnormal working state and may cause health risk of person in those operating rooms. In A9, an intelligent electronic AGSS system called eAGSS is available once the active AGSS is configured. That's the quick overview of our new generation anesthesia machine A9. We wish to bring all-round safety to patients, to anesthesiologists, and to theirs. Thank you very much.
How do you feel about this anesthesia working station? For more exciting content, please look forward to our official online press conference on 15th October. Next, I would like to introduce our fully automatic hematology working station, CAR 8000. Within an hour, it can complete 800 blood tests and 120 slides blood picture. How does it work efficiently? Let's have a look. Similar to the CAR 8000, Mindray also has an automatic analysis line for biochemistry and the immunoassay, SAR 9000. Let's have a look how it is possible to only use one tube of blood sample plus one operator just can deliver one report with all target test results. Let's have a look. Welcome back. Above is our new technologies of our IVD product line. Next, we will move to our next product line, medical imaging system. We have the lightest and the thinnest hand-carried ultrasound machine dedicated designed for POC, point of care. Let's see what intelligent and smart design.
Hello everyone, I'm Catherine from Mindray Ultrasound Marketing team. Today I will introduce you our new product MX7 and our new technology. MX7 is Mindray's revolutionary portable and powerful compact ultrasound system with infinite possibilities. This compact system combines the ZST Plus platform of the Retina series with the portability of a laptop. It has the power to take to your places. The innovative technology permits the design of a platform with a small footprint, lightweight and easy to maneuver, even in a tightest and busiest clinical environment, whether in the hospital departments or in the private clinics. The MX7 comes with 3-screen configuration. The 15.6-inch medical class screen provides super large image size and less visual fatigue. Fully customized 12.3-inch touchscreen provides personalized workflow preference, and external screen shows battery status right away without opening the system. The system knows you well and reacts fast. When you open the cover of the ultrasound, it's ready to use. Besides, it has a 185 degree screen and a unique magnetic power socket to avoid folding and dragging damage. The MX7 is compact yet powerful. It can be hand carried or placed on a cart, basically wherever you need it. The system weighs just 3 kilograms and just with 44 millimeters thickness. The MX7 was built to handle tough daily demands, allowing the doctors to focus on the patients and ultrasound images during the exam. With a full charge, it provides 8 hours of battery life with UPen power solution to be on your whole day scanning companion. Tapped into the intuitive touch user experience with the same touchscreen gestures used on your own smart device is very simple and intuitive to use. The cart of MX7 with 3 changeable basket rolls on specially designed caster and with an ultra small caster which can be easily to move in various environments. Small and mighty, with advanced cardiac and shared service features, the MX7 offers doctors what they have been imagined for: an easy-to-go, easy-to-use ultrasound system, providing the best patient care and make healthcare technologies more accessible to humanity. Mindray is always dedicated to the most innovative solution. A wide variety of advanced clinical features on Retina R9 not only enable us to provide quick and accurate exams, also provides intelligent safe guidance of interventional radiology. We have UHIT, ultrasound-guided hepatic interventional therapy, to provide advanced fusion-based 3D ablation tool for the liver percutaneous ablation procedure. After acquiring 3D ultrasound volume image, which covers the tumor, the 3D volume ultrasound image and the real-time 3D image will be automatically registered like the UI shown. Then the next step is to set up virtual ablation area and plan 3D ablation based on the mark you add on the 3D volume image. By 3D ablation, you have the intuitive view of ablation. The ablation and the lesion coverage rate is displayed in real time, and this is our unique feature to make sure the progress is more accurate. The last step is to insert needle. The needle is navigated by the 3D virtual planning in the step 2 with needle bracket, and the whole ablation procedure is in the real-time monitoring. Ablation to lesion coverage rate is also displayed in real time. To evaluate the ablation, we acquired 3D ultrasound volume image again and compared the area of tumor and ablation with previous ones. Here, we developed our U-hit evaluation. Our algorithm can segment the area of tumor and ablation automatically, and automatically compare this area with the image before the ablation. You can view it in 3D VR and display by multiple planes. The safety margin is still adjustable for further surgery. If it was not enough, no need to follow up CT scan in 1 month later. It significantly avoids incomplete ablation and tumor recurrence. As you can see, mine just U-hit single modal ablation solution based on fusion image technology, realized 3D preoperative ablation stimulation, and 3D intraoperative guidance, making puncture more standard, more accurate, and safer, and improving doctors' confidence in ultrasound-guided percutaneous interventional ablation. Also, the U-hit evaluation is an instant 3D ablation evaluation based on 3D contrast image before and after ablation, which help on additional ablation if needed. Thank you for your attention.
Besides what introduced, recently we also launched the new pumps N series. In future, also we will launch our neonatal ventilator MB350. Let us wait and see. As a Chinese company, Myray is fully involved in anti-COVID-19, especially in Wuhan. By providing and donating thousands of equipment, we fully involve and support Leishanshan and Huoshenshan hospitals to win this battle. How we do it? Let us have a look.
Hello everyone, this is Simon from Mindtree Marketing. Today it's my honor to share the Mindtree integrated solution against COVID-19. As we all know, coronavirus broke out at the beginning of this year. Please look at this picture. COVID-19 is the war through the whole world. COVID-19 confirmed cases increased rapidly every day. Medical system of every country face the same problem. Too many patients, lack of critical care resource. According to the recommendations from Frontline, we found enough critical care resource, early diagnosis, early treatment, and isolation can decrease the mortality. Now, we just followed one patient COVID-19 journey. This patient named Mr. Chen, 36 years old, and fought against COVID-19 for 42 days and now recovered. This guy arrived at Wuhan on 19th January. There we can see, he has gone through from mobile cabin, high acute wards, ICU, to subacute care ward in his patient journey. Let's see what the Mindtree solution is for the patient journey. How do we fight against COVID-19? Mr. Chen went to the fever clinic at first. Caregivers used VS900 to measure the temperature SpO2 of him, and then VS900 sent data to EMR directly. No need to record manually. Scan, measure, send. Just 3 steps. It streamlined workflow and improved clinical efficiency. Caregivers found Mr. Chan's SpO2 is a little low, and he had a fever, so arranged the CT and the nucleic acid check. Finally, Mr. Chen was a confirmed case and arranged to stay in mobile cabin. In mobile cabin, the hundreds of mild patients, but the caregivers are limited. How to improve the patient experience and enhance the safety is a hard job for the caregivers. LTM-80 is the best solution for the mild patients who need to be monitored with SpO2 and IESP. And LTM-80 has M1 technology. It can reuse the hospital Wi-Fi, and Mindtree built dedicated Wi-Fi network. So IT staffs do not need to spend much time on it. Then caregivers can monitor all the patients well with TM80. At the nurse station where it's out of isolation wards, it can reduce workload and reduce the infection risk. Mr. Chen stayed in mobile cabin for several days, and his SpO2 decreased. So nurse transferred him to the higher acute wards. In higher acute wards, Mr. Chen was monitored by EPM, and they used early warning scoring function to monitor the continuous state of him. WHO guidance suggested to use early warning scores such as NEWS2 to detect patients' status. Unluckily, for Mr. Chen, he got worse and transferred to the designated hospital ICU. During transportation, he was monitored by N1. N1 sent real SpO2, ISB, and waveforms to the ICU doctor. A doctor can guide treatment or ambulance, and he can know the patient's status to customize treatment plan before Mr. Chen arrived at ICU. N1 is small, but one hand to plug and play, saving preparation time of transportation. When Mr. Chen arrived at ICU, just plug N1 in bedside patient monitor. No need to change the accessories. Save time and save lives. N1 transportation solution provides seamless care for the patients and seamless data for the doctors. Mr. Chen arrived at ICU, and he was serious. Doctor decided to use ECMO to save his life. Patients who used ECMO must pay more attention to his no limbs. SO2 model of Mindray N series can monitor the brain and no limbs of SO2. It can help caregivers detect problem caused by ECMO to adjust treatment soon to improve medical quality. In an ICU, all caregivers wear level 3 protection. It is hard to see and hear the alarms from different equipments and patients. Bandlink module can collect ventilator and infusion pumps data, waveforms, and alarms to patient monitor. A patient monitor shows it in one screen. Just glance at the patient monitor. Caregivers can know all the patient information. It is more convenient and reduces risk. What's more, COVID-19 patients need CT image to diagnosis. It is very hard for the caregivers in ICU to get a result immediately. A view of answers help them to communicate with needs spec systems. It is very easy to get all the information at the bedside. In order to reduce the caregiver's workload and reduce the infection risk, Mindray provides a distributor monitoring solution. All the patient's data can be displayed on our workstation. The workstation can also coexist with other systems. Users can control bidirectionally between patient monitor and workstation to improve the medical efficiency. For the COVID-19 patients, the patient condition changes rapidly and easy to become more severe, often with multiple organs infected and requiring the support from the multidisciplinary team composed of doctors from different departments, like the infectious disease department, respiratory medicine department, ICU, laboratory medicine, radiology, nutrition, nursing, etc. At this moment, remote consultation and remote view for the patient data become very necessary for all the caregivers. This helps to determine the scientific, integrated, and customized treatment strategies for the patients. Mindray solution with the workstation, mobile viewer, and SMS viewer can help to monitor and review the patient data remotely and conveniently. Now, let's go back to Mr. Chen. He has been transferred to the subacute care department as he was treated and recovered very well in ICU. Then he was discharged from the hospital after his stays in subacute care units for several days and recovered. Except Mr. Chen, there are many other moving stories for the patient. Mindray solution accompanies the patients and help the caregivers enhance the decision-making ability through the patient journey. From mobile cabin to the designated hospital, Mindray provides a total solution to cover the whole patient journey. This helps to enhance the patient experience and the safety, reduce caregivers' workload, reduce the infection risk, and improve the treatment quality finally. Let us see the real cases with MindG patient monitoring solution against COVID-19 from China. This hospital is a top university hospital in China. During this COVID-19 period, this hospital has 105 confirmed patients, of which 80% are severely and critically ill. Though this one is 96 years old, but this hospital has achieved 0 deaths, 0 infected for the caregivers. This is a great and amazing job against COVID-19. This hospital deployed the MindG patient monitoring solution throughout the whole hospital, covering the CMS server, and deployed different workstations for different departments to monitor the patients. All the workstations connected with the CMS server, and all the patients' monitoring system can be connected with the supported systems like EMR systems. Whenever the caregivers inside or outside the hospital, they can monitor and review the patient data and give some remote suggestions and make some consultation with a mobile viewer or remote workstation. These pictures shows the MindG solution installed in this hospital, covering the iView application, workstation outside the isolation walls, and installed in the doctor's office to have the remote monitoring, as well with mobile viewer to help the caregivers to access the patient data anywhere, anytime. Another case is in Shanghai Public Health Clinical Center. This clinical center deployed the MindG ID solution, covering the band link connected with the bedside device, workstation installed inside and outside the isolation walls. The doctors can discuss the patients frequently while video conference. This allows them to determine scientific, integrated, and customized treatment strategies for each critical patient. This helps the clinic center to establish a remote consultation center outside the isolation ICU to achieve the multidisciplinary diagnosis and reduce the workload of ICU staffs and achieve the personalized treatment. Experts in the remote meeting room can share the experience to improve the treatment quality and reduce the mortality. Finally, I want to say it's a great honor for MindG to join this war against COVID-19 with great effort from all over the healthcare workers. Let us stand strong together against COVID-19, and I believe we will achieve a great success. Thank you.
Except IT solution and the transport solution inside hospital, MindG ultrasound is also widely used in the pre-diagnosis of the COVID-19. So how we do it? Let's have a look.
Hello everyone, I'm Catherine from MindG Ultrasound Marketing Team. Today I will introduce you our ultrasound solution in the situation of COVID-19. The emerged epidemic pneumonia caused by a type of coronavirus, COVID-19, has become the very focus of public attention around the world. We see that the percentage of the deaths or the mortality rate has been significantly increased, where we have to wait for the vaccine to come. So clinical is the thing because this is very preliminary orientation sharing for you. Then we are talking about the lungs because we have the lungs having the oxygen breathing from the nostril, from the nose and the mouth, and then all the way to the lung for the oxygen and the carbon dioxide exchange. So those are the normal features on the normal functions of lung. Then, however, just now that I mentioned, because the COVID-19, we are having the issues with the pneumonia. So the fluid are accumulating in the alveoli. Therefore, we're stopping the lung for the oxygen exchange because fluid are occupying the lung. And then in the same time, it is getting more severe because the more fluid we have, the less space of the chance our air is able to exchange. So it will be making the disease more severe. So we're having from the short burst into devastation. Therefore, those are the change for the COVID-19. First of all, we are having the pneumonia, and then we are having the development of the progress of the disease. We will be having less lung exchange function from the clinical progress, from the attacking to the progress, and all the way to the very severe condition in the ICU. And then in the same, because of the pneumonia, more fluid will be able to see during COVID-19. So based on that, we are able to link the ultrasound and the lung together. If we have just having the air, remember we cannot see things through the air. What we see is that, for example, in the pneumothorax, which is the lung with all the airs, our ultrasound is unable to pass it through. What we are seeing is the artifacts about the flora line. So we are seeing the horizontal line. And then on the normal surface, we are seeing the same because ultrasound cannot pass through. However, remember just now I mentioned flow is very sensitive to ultrasound. That is why we have fluid. Our ultrasound is able to quickly pass it through, so we start to see the ultrasound beams transmitted all the way to the further away of the lung, and then we see the lines vertically, so we call those B lines. If you have lung constellation, it means that they are all the flow inside. Actually, we are seeing the image over there, and then we are seeing the big white area. We call it the C line over there. Not only the lung but also the flora. So based on the understanding of ultrasound on the image, we are able to confirm whether there are any pneumonia available in the lung. So the A line, just now I mentioned when we are doing the ultrasound, we are actually scanning between the ribs, and then we are seeing the intercostal muscles and the flora lines over there. And then because we cannot see, if there are no fluid inside, we cannot see anything inside. We only see the artifacts of the flow of the flora lines over there, and that's called A line. It means this is the normal lung with air. So that's how it works. The A line, it means the lines, the artifacts of the flora lines. And then if you're looking for the abnormal, or we said interstitial syndrome, so pneumonia is part of it. We'll be seeing the B lines, which is the lines we're getting from the top of the probe and all the way through. It means of pneumonia. They are floating inside, so it's called B line. So this is how the B line actually looks like, all the way to the further field of the emerging areas. So we see again with all of the air, we see the normal lung with horizontal line, and then we see the more flow it has. When we start to see the vertical lines, we call it B line. And then when it's getting quite severe, we see everything white, and then to make it even worse, we also even see the flow outside the lung. So this is quick understanding about lung ultrasound. Actually, the lung ultrasound can do a lot more in pneumothorax and the floral efficient. I would like to share with you the chart on the right. This is a comparison with lung ultrasound and the CT by a study by the inventor of the lung ultrasound. If you're looking at the sensitivity and the specificity, actually you're seeing all of them are almost the same accuracy as the lung left the CT. So this is very accurate features available. But for sure, CT is the golden standard for the COVID-19, but for lung ultrasound is the best choice to do the follow-ups. So whoever confirmed to have the COVID-19, ultrasound can play its role for the follow-up and then diagnose for it. So actually, how the doctor is doing the lung ultrasound, first of all, they will specify different areas, marking with numbers, and then they will be putting the probe on the body between the ribs. So they will be checking if there are any A lines. Remember, it's the normal one. And when they see the B lines, it means the pneumonia cases, which part of the lung has a pneumonia, and which part of the lung has the lung consolidation, or even worse. So that is how they're able to identify the exam, the whole lung. So just now, if you know that our T7As for more than the lung ultrasound, further the way we are able to identify the fluid situation, do the smart fluid management for the patients as well, like whether too little water, too much water. Our ultrasound is able to give the doctor very accurate volume status and the volume responsiveness. Where in these vocal COVID-19 cases, the patients are in the completely shock condition. So based on that, we are developing the tools for them. One of the tools is just now I mentioned is the smart B lines. We are able to smartly identify the numbers and the character of the B lines and then give them a profile of the whole lung. The green is normal, yellow means mild, and the orange means severe. The other color, red, means a lung consolidation. So with our tools, the doctor is able to give them a quick understanding or evaluation of the lung. So there are some more informations also regarding the ECMO, because ECMO is commonly used when the lung is completely damaged. So we need another equipment to place the feature of the lung and the heart to keep sustain the bodies to see whether we are able to save the patients again. But by using this equipment, first of all, it's very dedicated system. We need to carefully deploy the ECMO within the body with the right artery or veins. Otherwise, if it's unable to issue, place it correctly. So how our ultrasound is able to help the ECMO? First of all, the doctor is using the ultrasound to confirm the patient's condition, whether the hydrodynamic is suitable for the ECMO. The other part is that they will be using the ultrasound to do the vascular assess to confirm to put it in the right arteries or veins in the same time after deploying the ECMO needles. They need to continuously monitor the whether the vessels are okay or appropriately to ensure it's working. That is how our ultrasound be able to help the COVID-19. This is a big summary about COVID-19 ultrasound. Just now I mentioned laryngoscope and well, just some see if you still remember it. The second part is that we are seeing this COVID-19 as a progression of a pneumonia. The lung ultrasound is actually giving them a great help because it's so sensitive and great. So then the other part is that ultrasound is able to help the right decision making and then to confirm the fluid situation. And further on, the other treatments, our ultrasound shows guidance, and the hydrodynamic status is able to help them. So ultrasound is almost a must-have device for COVID-19. And then the proposal for the COVID-19. If you're talking about the fever clinic and emergency, because those will be using for the quick diagnosis and evaluation, our color Doppler, even our DP30 with power, is able to work perfectly for this scenario. So for sure, all our range of ultrasound is capable for doing this. And then when the patient gets into quite severe situation, we will be recommending the first choice would be our advanced color Doppler system, starting from TE7, M9 to Resonance. They have very sensitive, very high demand for the cardiac profile, and then for sure our M series will be also helping. And then if they have, they need to use more, for example, lung ultrasound or the news, more for the vascular access. So the DP series is also plays role as well because it's more budget friendly. They're able to have more machine available in their departments. So those will be my sharing part about COVID-19 with ultrasound. Thank you.
Now, I believe you have clearly understood how MyRay products and solutions are served in anti-COVID-19. So next, we will share experience collected from the front line. First is how to prevent infection. This is the top priority of the work. This is related to whether you wear protective equipment correctly or not. Next, let us see how to wear protective equipment correctly.
This is Leshan Hospital. Now we're going to give a video about how to dress and undress medical coverall. The first step is hands disinfection. Every time, you should disinfect your hands thoroughly by 7 steps. Put on hat, N95 mask, and make sure it closely fits your nose and face. Put on protective suit. Put on first a pair of gloves and the shoes cover. Put on medical coverall. Eyes or face protection and the boots cover. Put on second pair of gloves. Make sure you dress all well, and now you are ready to enter contaminated area. Now you are in PCA1, close the door and no stepping back, and check if there is no visible dirty. Hands disinfection. Take off gloves and avoid touching the clean side of gloves. Put on another pair of gloves. Take off eyes protection and hands disinfection. Take off medical coverall by rolling down outwards. At the same time, pull down a pair of gloves and a boots cover. Hands disinfection. Now you are in PCA2. Close the door and no stepping back. Hands disinfection. Take off the protective suit. Hands disinfection. Take off shoes cover. Take off gloves, avoiding touching the outer side of the gloves. Hands disinfection. Take off the mask with eyes closed and hold breath at the same time. Hands disinfection and take off the hat. Hands disinfection. Now you are in clean area. Close the door and no stepping back. Hands disinfection. Put on medical mask and hat. Finally, wash your hands thoroughly with flowing water, and now you could move around.
Now, I guess you know how to wear the protective clothing correctly, right? Okay, next part is also very close to our daily work. How to disinfect machine after using. This is a very important step to avoid cross-infection. So let us have a look.
Greetings everyone. The disinfection method will be demonstrated as follows. Special note: 1. Devices, module, and accessories should be cleaned before disinfection in case of any remaining stains. 2. Unverified disinfectant may cause irreversible damages to the cover and component. It is recommended to use a verified disinfectant for cleaning and disinfecting. The verified disinfectant list is provided as follows. For more details, please refer to the menu. It is recommended to use quaternary ammonium compound wipes for disinfection. The following procedure demonstrates the disinfection of EPM10M monitor. Turn off the monitor. Unplug the power cord and peripheral cables. Remove all connected accessories. Disinfect the exterior of the monitor. Use a pomade wipe or soft cloth sparingly dampened with a disinfectant to clean all surfaces. Please note, first, do not spray solutions directly onto nor into the devices. Second, avoid metal parts and interface on the devices when disinfecting in case of corrosion. Do not use a soft cloth to clean the accessory connector. Display disinfection. Use a pomade wipe or soft cloth sparingly dampened with a disinfectant to disinfect the screen follow S-path. Please note, after disinfection, air dry the display. Do not dry the display by heating. Module disinfection. Please note, first, do not spray solutions directly onto nor into the module. Second, avoid metal parts and interfaces on the module when disinfecting. Do not use your soft cloth to clean the accessory connector. The disinfection method will be demonstrated as follows. Special note: 1. Devices, module, and accessories should be cleaned before disinfection in case of any remaining stains. 2. Unverified disinfectant may cause irreversible damages to the cover and component. It is recommended to use a verified disinfectant for cleaning and disinfecting. The verified disinfectant list is provided as follows. For more details, please refer to the menu. Accessories disinfection of ECG, NIBP, SpO2, temperature, CO2, and IBP. Here we list the compatible disinfectant in this table. ECG accessories disinfectant. Here we list the compatible disinfectant for ECG accessories in the table. Please note, first, do not immerse the cable assembly in water or in a disinfectant. Second, do not dampen the pin of the cable assembly. Third, do not clean or disinfect the metal part of this product. Otherwise, the metal surface will be corroded and the reliability of the product will be affected accordingly. Fourth, it will damage the cable assembly if disinfecting so frequently. It is recommended to disinfect the cable assembly based on the hospital regulations if necessary. Fifth, it is allowed to use the detergent and disinfectant specified in this menu only. Disinfection steps. Step 1. Clean the cable assembly before disinfection. Step 2. Use a pomade wipe or soft cloth sparingly dampened with a disinfectant to clean the cable assembly. Step 3. Air dry the cable assembly in a cool place. Disinfection of NIBP accessories. Here we list the compatible disinfectant for NIBP accessories in the table. Disinfection of NIBP accessories. 1. NIBP tubing disinfection. 2. Cuff disinfection. For cuffs with bladder, CM12 and CM17 series, and without bladder, CM13 series. For CM12 and CM17 series disinfection. Step 1. Remove the bladder. Step 3. Use a pomade wipe or a soft cloth sparingly dampened with a disinfectant to clean the cuff. Step 4. Soaking. This series of cuffs can also be soaked and disinfected with 2% of glutaraldehyde solutions. Once completed, air dry after disinfection. Step 5. Place bladder in the cuff. Please note, first, the cuffs are not machine washable. Second, before cleaning or disinfection, the bladder must be removed. Third, during the cleaning or disinfection process, please prevent solutions from entering the tubing and airway. If not, the solution will damage the equipment and cause failure. CM13 series disinfection. For starter, closing the bladder tube cuff tightly. Then clean the cuff with a pomade wipe or a soft cloth sparingly dampened with a disinfectant. Air dry the cuff after cleaning. Please note, first, always close the cap before cleaning or disinfection in order to prevent solutions entering the tubing and airway. Second, during the cleaning or disinfection procedure, please prevent solutions from entering the tubing and airway at all times. If not, the solutions will damage the equipment and cause failure. Disinfection of the SpO2 cable. Here we list the compatible disinfectant for SpO2 accessories in the table. Please note, first, for single patient use. SpO2 sensors do not reuse for different patients even after cleaning or disinfection. Second, the SpO2 sensor cable can be disinfected using a pomade wipe or soft cloth sparingly dampened with a disinfectant. Do not dampen the pain in the cable. Third, it will damage the sensor if disinfecting so frequently. It is recommended to disinfect the sensor based on the hospital regulations if necessary. Fourth, please use the detergent and disinfectant specified by our company. Please follow the instruction provided in the menu to clean and disinfect the products. The product performance and life cycle may affect it if the instruction cannot be properly followed. For finger and air clip SpO2 sensor, etc., 512F, 512FLL, 512FLH, 512H series. Step 1. Use a pomade wipe or soft cloth sparingly dampened with a disinfectant to clean the lid and sensors. Step 2. Air dry the lid and sensors in a cool place. For soft fingertips SpO2 sensor, etc., 512E, 512G, 518B, 518BLL, 518BLH, 513A, 551B, 512K, and 512KM series. Step 1. Use a pomade wipe or soft cloth sparingly dampened with a disinfectant to clean the sensors, or immerse the sensor in the disinfectant. Step 2. Take out the sensor and use the soft cloth to dry it. Place the sensor in a cool environment. Temperature accessory. Probe disinfection. Here we list the compatible disinfectant for temperature accessories in the table. Please note, first, do not immerse the probe in the water or in the disinfectant. Second, do not dampen the pin of the cable assembly. Third, do not clean or disinfect the metal part of this product. Otherwise, the metal surface will be corroded, and the reliability of this product will be affected accordingly. Fourth, it will damage the probe if disinfecting so frequently. It is recommended to disinfect the cable assembly based on hospital regulations if necessary. Fourth, please use the detergent and disinfectant specified by our company. Please follow the instruction provided in the menu to clean and disinfect the products. The product performance and life cycle may affect it if the instruction cannot be properly followed. Step 1. Use a pomade wipe or soft cloth sparingly dampened with a disinfectant to clean the probe. Step 2. Air dry the probe in a cool place. CO2 accessories disinfection. Please note, first, sampling tubes and adapters are designed for single patient use. Do not reuse for different patients after cleaning or disinfection. Second, it is recommended to place the trap once a month in the general ward. During an epidemic situation, the water trap is for single patient use. The microstream CO2 accessory is designed for single patient use. Do not reuse for different patients even after cleaning or disinfection. IBP cable disinfection. Here we list the compatible disinfectant for IBP accessories in the table. Please note, IBP transducers are designed for single use and cannot be reused after disinfection. Do not immerse the cable assembly in water or in a disinfectant. Second, do not dampen the pin of the cable assembly. Third, do not clean or disinfect the metal part of this product. Otherwise, the metal surface will be corroded, and the reliability of the product will be affected accordingly. It will damage the probe if disinfecting so frequently. It is recommended to disinfect the cable assembly based on hospital regulations if necessary. Please use the detergent and disinfectant specified by our company. Please follow the instruction provided in the menu to clean and disinfect the products. The product performance and life cycle may affect it if the instruction cannot be properly followed. Disinfection steps. Step 1. Use a pomade wipe or soft cloth sparingly dampened with a disinfectant to clean the cable. Step 2. Air dry the cable in a cool place. That's all for the cleaning and disinfection process of MyRay monitor.
Greetings everyone! In this video, we would like to show you the cleaning and disinfection methods of Mandarin SV300 ventilator. The video is for reference purpose only. For the specific requirement, please refer to the hospital infection and control regulation. Please also check the operator's manual of SV300 for more details. The cleaning and disinfection methods of SV300 ventilators can be categorized into two sections. 1. Infection control before using SV300 ventilator. 2. Infection control after using SV300 ventilator. The infection control of the SV300 ventilator before using contains the two following steps. Step 1. Humidifier chamber installation. Step 2. Tubes connection. Install the humidifier chamber as shown and fill the distilled water into the chamber. Please note, the water level should not exceed the maximum scale. Connecting the tubes as shown in the picture. Note, 1. Please install the humidifier chamber in the inspiration lane. 2. Install the disposable bacteria filters. Normally, it is not necessary to install the disposable bacteria filters in the inspiration port. If the device is using for patients infected with the virus or other infectious disease, it is recommended to install disposable bacteria filters in the inspiration port. The infection control of the SV300 ventilator after using breaks down as follows. 1. Detergent and disinfectant list recommended by Mandarin. 2. Cleaning and disinfection of housing. 3. Cleaning and disinfection of inspiration and expiration valve. 4. Cleaning and disinfection of consumables. 5. Cleaning and disinfection of humidifier chamber. 6. The installation of components after cleaning and disinfection. Here, we provide the recommendation list of detergent, disinfectants, and the highly efficient disinfection methods for SV300 ventilators. Cleaning and disinfection methods of the ventilator housing. Cleaning methods. Step 1. Wipe the housing, including the encoder knob, with a dust-free cloth soaked in soap water or clean water. Step 2. Wipe the screen with a dust-free cloth soaked in soap water or clean water. Step 3. Wipe the trolley with a dust-free cloth soaked in soap water or clean water. Step 4. Wipe the support arm of the ventilator with a dust-free cloth soaked in soap water or clean water. Step 5. Wipe the pipeline gas hose with a dust-free cloth soaked in soap water or clean water. Step 6. Wipe the power cord with a dust-free cloth soaked in soap water or clean water. Step 7. Wipe the test lung with a dust-free cloth soaked in soap water or clean water. Disinfection. Step 1. Wipe the SV300 housing, including the encoder knob, with a dust-free cloth soaked in a moderately efficient disinfectant solution. Step 2. Wipe the SV300 screen with a dust-free cloth soaked in a moderately efficient disinfectant solution. Step 3. Wipe the trolley with a dust-free cloth soaked in a moderately efficient disinfectant solution. Step 4. Wipe the support arm with a dust-free cloth soaked in a moderately efficient disinfectant solution. Step 5. Wipe the pipeline gas hose with a dust-free cloth soaked in a moderately efficient disinfectant solution. Step 6. Wipe the power cord with a dust-free cloth soaked in a moderately efficient disinfectant solution. Step 7. Wipe the test lung with a dust-free cloth soaked in a moderately efficient disinfectant solution. Please note, if the ventilator is used on a COVID-19 patient, it is recommended to wipe and disinfect the ventilator with a dust-free cloth soaked in the concentration of 75 ethanol. 1. Removal of expiration and inspiration valves. Remove the expiration and the inspiration valves counterclockwise according to the video. 2. Removal of consumables. Remove fan dust filter, air inlet dust filter, HEPA filter according to video. Please note, HEPA filter cannot be cleaned. It is recommended to replace it when necessary. 3. Clean the inspiration valve, expiration valve, fan dust filter, air inlet dust filter. Method: soaking the inspiration valve, expiration valve, fan air filter, and air inlet filter in a soap water. Recommending temperature 40 Celsius for 3 minutes. Washing these components with clean water and then allowing to air dry. For disinfection, soaking the inspiration valve, expiration valve, fan dust filter, air inlet dust filter in moderately or highly efficient disinfectant solution. Recommended soaking time over 30 minutes. Washing these components with clean water and then allowing to air dry. Clean and disinfection of the breathing circuit. For patients infected with the COVID-19 virus or other infectious disease, it is recommended to use disposable breathing tubes. After using, please dispose them according to hospital regulations. Cleaning and disinfection of the humidifier chamber. Please refer to the cleaning and disinfection methods recommended by the manufacturer. After cleaning and disinfection, please reinstall the following components and perform the system check to ensure that the device is fully functional. 1. Install inspiration and expiration valve. 2. Install HEPA filter. 3. Install air inlet dust net, fan dust net.
As we all know, to keep patient monitors and ventilators working under good condition is really important to save more patients. But when problems occur, how can we solve them? My service department summarized several common problems and solutions. Let's welcome our service engineers, Mr. Zhan Zhan, to share his idea with you.
Hello everyone. Today I'm going to share some common problems when we use patient monitor and ventilator. Also, the related solution will be mentioned after that. All those issues are very common and basic during operations. And let's start with the patient monitor first. We will focus on the problems that cause the ECG, SpO2, and NIBP inaccuracy. So in ECG measurement, interference always happen. Here are four most common interfered waveform in ECG. You can see the first one is the utility frequency interference, also called the power line frequency. It is the nominal frequency of the oscillations of alternating current. In large parts of the world, that is 50 Hz. Although in the Americas and parts of the Asian area, it is typically 60 Hz. And the second one is the broadband interference. The third one is because of the baseline drift. And the last one is showing poor connection between skin and pads. So before we discuss the solution of this interference, we should note about that usually there are some settings and nodes in Mandarin patient monitor that can help to avoid or reduce this kind of interference. There are two main points that we can avoid interference. So first, we need to choose the correct filter mode. In Mandarin patient monitor, there are four filter modes: diagnose mode, monitoring mode, surgery mode, and the ST mode. The diagnose mode has the largest bandwidth, which is from 0.05 to 150 Hz. On one hand, it can catch most of the electronic signal to show all the original waveform to help diagnose some disease. But on the other hand, it can be easily interfered. The monitor mode is the most commonly used mode, mainly focusing on arrhythmia alarms. The surgery mode is normally used in surgical room, obviously to prevent the interference from other electronic signal or other electronic device. So it has the shortest bandwidth. The ST mode is used to monitor the ST segment in ECG waveform continuously. And the second point is that we need to focus on its requirements of using ECG pads, electrode pads. In order to reduce interference, it is recommended to use high-quality electrode pads. Then before pasting the electrode pads on patients, we must clean out the patient's skin. Also, we should follow the standard lead precision. And besides, it is also important to check the connection of the accessories regularly and change the electrode pads for each patient. And let's go back to the first page to discuss the solution, okay? So for the first phenomenon, it can be caused by the poor connection of the ground wire. Also, if the electrode pads are close to any other wire, this kind of waveform will show up too. Besides, under diagnose mode, there is a setting called notch filter. And we have mentioned that the diagnose mode has the largest bandwidth, which is 0.05 to 150 Hz. So this setting, this notch filter setting can filter all the utility frequency to reduce the interference. For the bandwidth, for the broadband interference, it can be caused by the friction between the skin and the pads, or caused by the patient movement or the nervous emotion. For the baseline drift, it also can be caused by the patient movement and the poor connection of the pads. In addition, large respiratory amplitude can also lead to this interference waveform. And the last waveform, the poor connection, we can only do cross-check of the pads and the wire or the patient monitor, step by step, one by one, to solve this interference. And let's move on to the SpO2. In SpO2 measurement, we always face two problems, the false alarm and the value not showing. There is no value showing, they are only waveform. So for the first question, it can be caused by the environment light interference, or the lucent sensor, or the long time measurement for a single finger, or the failure sensor that can cause these issues. So for the second question, since the pulse wave on mind-during patient monitor shows infrared light, which is relatively stable, so it's likely that the red light is broken if there is no value showing. Or it also can be caused by there is other, strong environment light interference. So how to avoid this kind of problems during operation of SpO2? There are some precautions that we need to be aware of. Like the first one, we need to pay serious attention to the early warning of SpO2 in early diagnosis, because compared with other advanced alarms in ECG and respiration, SpO2 will respond faster than other alarm, which means once the SpO2 alarm occurs, the patient may already be in a very dangerous state. When SpO2 is alerted, the accessory problem should be confirmed first by the most basic cross comparison test with other working accessory. And to avoid the false alarm, we should change the measuring part every 1 to 2 hours. Besides, SpO2 value cannot be trusted under the interference of strong light or patient movement. And the last parameter is NIBP. NIBP accuracy is always found in clinical use. There are lots of reasons that can affect the NIBP value. For example, some disease like arrhythmia and limb edema can lead to inaccuracy. The loosened curve or the broken tube can cause leakage, and the parameter bore failure can also result in inaccuracy as well, or even the error. However, under most of the conditions, the improper operation is the main reason. So let's see the operation requirement of NIBP. So there is a lot of requirements, and I will just go through all the requirements very fast. First, we need to verify the patient type, then choose the correct cuff size. The cuff should be applied to the limb at the same level as the patient's heart. The lower edge of the curve should be 2 to 3 centimeters above the cupid fossa. Make sure that the cuff edge falls within the range of the mark, and the artery symbol matches the patient's artery location. If it doesn't, use a larger or smaller cuff which is suitable. Fifth requirement is to ensure that the cuff is not wrapped too tightly around the limb. During measurement, do not squeeze the cuff. For newly diagnosed patients, please be aware of the white coat effect, which means that the patient's blood pressure will be increasing when they meet a doctor, and because they will get nervous. And the next question, and next common problems is how can we determine if the NIBP value is accurate? Normally, we use auscultatory method to measure the blood pressure and use it as a standard pressure to compare with our patient monitor. Also, we can use IBP to do the comparison. We believe that the IBP is more accurate than the NIBP. And here is the auscultatory method and the IBP. So we don't have much time to talk all of the parameter, and we're just gonna finish here of the patient monitors troubleshooting. So let's move on to the common troubleshooting of ventilator. I will share some of the most common issues during clinical use. And the first one is the high leakage, ventilation disabled. In this case, we know that there is leakage, but it is difficult to detect where is the leakage point. So if this happened to you, you can follow my instruction here. First step, we need to confirm if the ventilator has leakage inside the machine. We can use a shorter tube to connect the inspiratory and expiratory port, then do the system self-test again. Just like this picture. If the ventilator passed the self-test, then it means there is no leakage inside the ventilator. So that means the leakage is in the tube outside the ventilator, and which includes the breathing circuit and the humidifier. We need to focus on the sampling port and the connection to humidifier. Like this. After that, we do all the self-tests again to check if the leakage point is problem is solved. However, in step one, if the leakage is coming from inside, please contact the service engineer and stop using this ventilator until the problem is solved. And the second common issue is the airway obstructed. There are a lot of reasons, like the breathing circuit is squeezed by something, or there is a phlegm stuck in the patient's throat, which need to do the suction immediately. But we are going to share another common cause today. Normally, we will install the bacteria filter outside the inspiratory and expiratory port, or install the HME to the patient side. Well, after a long time of using, there will be dust and water or drug stuck in the filter or the HME. So then the breathing circuit is also stuck. So when you do the self-test, it will show up the arrow that the pore pressure is too high, or the airway is obstructed. Therefore, there is important to replace the HME and filter regularly to avoid this arrow and the alarm. And the next one, let's look into this picture. So everything seems to be okay. So what is the problem? I just find out, I write down the answer in the title. So yeah, the thing is the humidifier is installed in the expiratory side, which is required to be installed in the inspiratory side. Sometimes, nurse or doctor will mess up the location of the humidifier incautiously, and it will lose its function to humidify the dry gas from the wall, from the gas supply. And here is the correct connection of the humidifier. So the last one is also very common in clinical use. We always receive the question that why the actual TVI and TVE is different from the setting tidal volume. Like if I set TV to 500 milliliter, then the detective value is around 490 or 510 milliliter, or sometimes the detective value goes to 470 or 530. So in this case, can we say that a machine is defective? And the answer is definitely no. We have only one standard to determine whether the machine is functioning. That is the self-test. If the machine passed the self-test, then it can be applied to clinical use. The different values because there is accepted tolerance range between the setting value and the actual value, which is 10 milliliter plus 10% of the setting value. So like here, in this case, if I set the tidal volume to 500 milliliter, and the detective value is 550 milliliter or 450 milliliter, so it is also acceptable. But you can do the flow calibration to reduce this difference. By the way, if the user flow calibration can't solve this problem, please also contact your service engineer. Normally, the value will be just close to their setting value. Thanks for your attending, and that's all the content today. So if there is any other questions, please feel free to contact us. And let's move on to the next part.
Thank you, Mr. Zhang Zhan. Through this epidemic, we had further understanding of the value and the importance of a service engineer. You are one of most important people who help to save lives, but at the same time, taking lots of the risks. We are really proud of MyRay service team due to their professionalism, dedication, and contribution to bring the machine to the field, to maintain them well and to guide doctors and the nurse efficiently. Although we are unable to visit you on site due to the COVID-19, MyRay service team are always ready to help online. Today, I would like to invite MyRay Asia Pacific Service Manager, Mr. Terry. He is now on a business trip in Frontline, but still, he wants to share how MyRay service team serve customer continuously. Let us connect Mr. Terry.
Hello everyone, this is Terry from Mandarin. Right now I'm in charge of Asia Pacific service, and it's my great honor to be here to show our work during the coronavirus. Everybody knows South Asia is a beautiful place, and last year our service team went to South Asia to attend the BME training as well as provide on-site service. We have intended to visit South Asia again this year, but unfortunately, the coronavirus broke out and spread all around the world. Then all the flights were seriously controlled. This unexpected disaster stops us from visiting you in person. Therefore, we have established a special team in a short time to provide support for customers in order to fight against the coronavirus. Mandarin Service not only try our best to assist hospitals from different countries, but also do a lot of work to guide Mandarin distributors and customers from headquarters. In addition, we have taken some videos to share the cleaning and disinfection method to resist COVID-19, which display guidance and process of cleaning and disinfection after using ventilator or patient monitor. After the PPE using guidance was recorded and shared online to help our customers to avoid the cross-infection. As you know, ventilator is a very important resource during the COVID-19. To ensure the well usage of ventilator, we have provided the ventilator service and clinical training from Mandarin distributors. These people who provide the service for you. And all this training can enhance their service ability and the quality of service, thus to guarantee the reliability of ventilator during the fight against the coronavirus. In South Asia, there are some qualified distributors have attended this kind of trainings and have passed our strict evaluation with impressive score. With our specialized regional engineers supporting them, our faith in their service performance has grown, and hope this can eliminate your worries too. Mandarin Asia Pacific service team devote ourselves to provide high quality service all the time. Hope our effort can help you fight against the epidemic more or less. And I hope you will succeed in defeating the epidemic as soon as possible. Together, we are stronger. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Terry. Thank you for your effort. As Mr. Terry said, MyRay service team are always dedicated to provide best service to the users. In order to let you know more about the daily work of MyRay's service work, we also interviewed many service colleagues who came back from the front line. Let us see what's their daily work and in different branches of MyRay.
Well, thank you very much for joining us on our show tonight. Kindly introduce yourself.
My name is James. I'm an CS engineer in English-speaking region in Africa.
A couple of questions for you tonight, and we're going to begin from the first one to the end. Then let's start from the basic. When did COVID-19 arrive in your country?
COVID iliingia Kenya tarehe 13 mwezi wa 3 mwaka huu.
Secondly, what was the situation like back then?
Biashara ilikuwa ya kawaida, watu walikuwa wanaendelea na shughuli zao za kimaisha.
Fair enough. What were the major tasks of yours and your team?
Ilikuwa kusafiri, kufunza wauguzi, madaktari katika hospitali.
How many hospitals have you served since the start of COVID-19?
Karibu hospitali 5 za kimaarufu nchini.
How would you describe the situation of the hospitals you served?
Watu walikuwa na uoga na walikuwa wanazingatia social distancing.
What was the most challenging task during your field service?
Ilikuwa kupanga wiki ya huduma, mafunzo na pia kuwa na mikutano.
Was your family supportive of your work? Were your family members concerned about your health or proud of your job?
Ndio, waliniunga mkono na pia nilijitenga nao kwa mwezi mmoja.
How did the hospital staff review your field service? Could you quote one of the reviews?
Kama Jacob kutoka MTRH Eldoret alitushukuru sana kwa vile tunawasupport kama service team kutoka Mindray.
How did you feel after accomplishing the field service?
Nilijivunia kwa kiwango ambacho nimewasaidia wauguzi, madaktari kwa hii kipindi cha COVID.
Today we invite our colleague Matt to share some experience of in Korea after the start of COVID-19. It's a great honor to have you here, Matt. Please introduce yourself first.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. This is Matt Want from Asia Pacific service team. Actually, I joined Mindray for 5 years, and I changed my job to international service team 2 years ago. As for now, I'm in charge of the Northeast Asia service.
Okay, so as the only Chinese engineer that went to Korea during the pandemic, what's the purpose of the trip and how's the feeling of that? Even after knowing that you may stay for a long time in Korea.
Actually, the purpose for this trip is to support urgent requests for IT solutions, which we are going to install in the Korea top 10 teaching hospital. Yes, and actually at that time there is only me have the Korea visa that can visit there. So even I a little bit hesitate, but a little bit afraid, but finally I decided to go.
So what was the situation like back in Korea?
To be honest, before we go there, in my image, I think they may be a little bit serious, because at the news there's some news so that Korea is in a very serious situation of the corona issues. But actually, when I went there, I think because everyone is so conscious, so everyone are wear mask, so I think it's in good conditions.
And how many hospitals have you served during the pandemic?
Let me see it. 1, 2, 3, 4. I think 4 hospitals we service during this period. But most of our time we spend our job on the Yongin Hospital to support the IT solution.
And how would you describe the situation of the hospitals you served?
Compared with the before, actually this is also my first time to visit Korea, but I just compare with the domestic hospital situation. There is a few patients in the hospital, yes, and actually the environment is so good, yes, and the hospital also very well organized about the protect of the corona issue.
What was the most challenging task during your field service?
I think it's wearing PPE. You know, every day you need to wear the N95 mask. Actually, that's a really hard time for a long time to wear the mask.
Yeah. And how did the hospital staff review your field service?
Actually, we could say every day after we finish our job, we have some meeting with the BNE team and also the IT team. Actually, we have a good time to cooperate with them. They also so thankful for our support.
Today we invite our colleague Wei to share some experience in Russia after the start of COVID-19. It's a great honor to have you here. Thanks for joining us today. Please introduce yourself first.
I'm Wei, customer engineer of CS region in Mandarin.
As one of the Chinese engineers that went to Russia, what's the purpose of the trip and how's your feeling about it?
During the pandemic, we organized a Chinese team to Russia to help fight against COVID-19. According to the requirements of the Moscow government, we have installed 100 IVD equipment in Moscow hospitals for the detection of COVID-19. And for the company, it was a natural help during the epidemic. But for me, it is a real-life experience.
What was the situation like back in Russia?
When we arrived in Moscow, the situation was still very tense. The Russian government took similar measures to the closure of cities in China and asked people in Moscow not to go out.
Okay, so how many hospitals have you served during the pandemic?
I have served about 6, and the whole team have served about 55.
Oh, that's a big number. And how would you describe the situation of the hospitals you served?
The hospitals we serve are all hospitals that need to test COVID-19. So the situation is not very good. We need to disinfect the whole body before we enter in the laboratory and wear the highest level of the protective equipment. But for these hospitals, the doctor didn't panic.
And what was the most challenging task during your field service?
Maybe it's the time, because every time we visit, our Russian friends face greater pressure to fight against COVID-19.
Yeah, we always have time issues. So how did the hospital staff review your field service?
Our Russian friends are still very grateful that we were able to go to Russia to help them during the COVID-19. We even got a lot of trust cards to mark thanks.
And how did you feel after accomplished the field service?
A real life experience. I'm proud of myself and also my work.
Okay, that's good. Thank you.
Above is the experience sharing from the MyRay service engineers from the front line. Today we have sharing MyRay new technology, solution, and the service guideline to you. Hope you can get more ideas about MyRay products, hospital solutions, and service work. So far, that's all for today's content. As a global leading healthcare provider, MyRay will keep investing and devoting to provide better healthcare for all. And we always believe no single success can be made without your kind support and cooperation. Thank you again for your participation. Last but not least, please send our best regards to your family member. Together, we are stronger. We are MyRay. See you next time. Bye-bye.